Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. Please join us in the district office Centennial Boardroom for the governing board retreat at 12 p.m. or 12:02 p.m. We're not doing the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, call to order. We have Star Marset, Dan Blackson, Paul Royal, and myself, Amy Amaral, present. So everyone is here. Moving on to adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Moving on to retreat presentation, Dr. Winters.
Thank you, Ms. Amaral and members of the board. Welcome to our 2026 retreat. Just a few housekeeping items. We do have several drinks and snacks available over there. The things in the plastic are left over from yesterday, but everything else should be relatively brand new. And we have Andrew Moll here today from the Arizona School Boards Association to facilitate our retreat. And with that, I think I'll just turn it over to Andrew.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. I am, for the record, Andrew Moll with the Arizona School Board Association, and it is a pleasure to be with you all. I think I'll try to see the position and see how that works at first. The subject of the retreat, you have an agenda before you in your materials. So we'll start with some introductions. Then we will spend quite a while talking about board roles and responsibilities, both those that are statutorily required of governing boards and then those that are often delegated to the superintendent and the leadership structure through the district. We'll look at board meeting protocols. We'll talk about some leadership concepts such as power versus influence and where a board's authority comes from. We'll look at some divisions of leadership versus management. And then we will look at some research on the 8 characteristics of effective governing boards. Those are foundational pieces that ASBA uses to design a lot of its training and leadership capacity. And then lastly, we will look at some foundations of communication and actually record your thoughts on some of the communication agreements you'd like to see for the efficient and effective operation of your governance team. When the School Board Association refers to the governance team, that is always the superintendent and all members of the governing board. Just a little bit about myself. I was a high school English teacher for 17 years in the Marana Unified School District a long time ago. And then I got into policy and advocacy on behalf of the profession, on behalf of everybody that works in districts, on behalf of the needs of school districts. So I was elected into office in the Arizona Education Association for a number of years. Having turned out of those, I went to work for a nonprofit you may be familiar with called WestEd. And WestEd does work supporting a variety of aspects of school districts or supports state departments of education in the programs they design. Chiefly, I was in systemic school improvement and education leadership development. Those were the areas I operated in various states and in districts. This is not my first time speaking, I think even in this room. A long time ago, I came out and spoke at a board meeting and provided an update, this was years and years ago, of what was happening down at the legislature and some expected areas of impact. So I'm pleased to make a return trip with you all today, and we'll begin in a second. But I noticed that we have somebody who came in, so I didn't know if
Thanks for being late. I had an unexpected meeting scheduled without my knowledge.
that happens.
Don't you love those things?
Yeah,
Just appear on your calendar.
Monitor and adjust.
Yes.
So I was with WestEd for 9 years, and then I looked around and said, who's the one group of education stakeholders that I haven't worked directly with? And there was only one left, and that was governing board members. I had trained superintendents and principals in leadership development, school improvement, so I thought the School Board Association had a reputation for doing good work and concentrating on a level of leadership that is not well understood, which is the governing board. Many people are impacted by the governing board, but very few people understand how a governing board operates, and operates in conjunction with the superintendent, and operates as the voice of the community. So those are some things that I found very fascinating and led me into work with the School Board Association, where I've been since January. With that, I was hoping we could go around as part of the agenda, and I would ask each of you, I see your names, but I'd ask each of you how long you've been on the governing board here in Saddle Mountain, and also, what is the purpose that made you want to serve in this role and keeps you coming back? So how long have you been? And if you want to say anything else about what you do when you're not representing the school board and Saddle Mountain, I'd love to hear that as well. Starry, you want to model this?
Star Marset, board member of Saddle Mountain Unified School District. I substituted in 4 of the elementary schools here for 4 years. I did the Zell testing for 2 years, school board member for about a year. I was also a school board member in Anchorage, Alaska for 5 years, and was on the Alaska Association of School Boards. I was the president-elect. School board member in Anchorage for 2 years.
Dan Blackson, I've lost track of how many years I've been on the board, but it's somewhere over 30, I think. What motivates me is just trying to do what's best for students, give them a good educational foundation that they can use in life. I come from industry, and it's very important that they have critical thinking and lots of skills that the school teaches. On the board to try and make sure that the students have a safe and secure environment where they can learn, represent the community as best I can, and support the staff.
I have to go back because I didn't say what motivates me so quickly. Being a CASA worker for 9 years, I realized that a lot of our kids didn't have representation, either because of low income or parents having to work. So I wanted to be a voice for those students that didn't have a voice, and make sure that we have inclusion and opportunities for all.
Thank you.
And hi, I did not introduce myself. Liz Giacovelli. I'm the assistant superintendent. This will be my 16th year in the school district, 5th year in this role. So my 5th year. I know time flies. I was dean of students at Tartesso my very first year here, and then assistant principal at Ruth Fisher in Tonopah, right next door here, and then for 1 year, and then principal for 9 at Tartesso. And I know I'm not a board member, but I will say what motivates me to keep coming back, so many things. I love this district. I love the kids. I love the staff. I love the families, the community. It used to be a small knit community. I feel like we still are, but we're just growing so rapidly. My last year's principal, we were bursting at the seams at Tartesso. We had to build a new school, so that was 21, 22. We ended up with 920 students, barely could fit them in the doors. But everyone just, everyone learns every day is our vision, and I really truly believe that and feel that. We've had great teachers, great families, great superintendents that have helped us lead the way, and there's been hills and valleys and a lot of challenges throughout the way, but I think that we have the best people to continue moving forward in a positive trajectory, and I'm not going to give up till we get there.
All right. One question for you.
Yes.
Would you spell your last name for me, please?
Giacov. V as in Victor.
Thank you.
Elli.
And pronounce it just one more time.
Giacovelli.
Giacovelli.
It's really Giacovelli, but that's just too difficult
Right.
to
Right.
pronounce, so we just say that.
Giacomelli?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good time. Paolo, I've been on the board for 20 years. I believe education is a great equalizer, and I'd like to see all of our students get the best education they can under the conditions. And what actually got me started was finance, and I stayed for the rest.
You had so much fun with that, you decided to stay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amy Amaral, I've been on the board for 3.5 years, I believe, now. And I guess what motivates me is the kids, obviously, and I've coached in the community and just volunteered with various organizations throughout the community. My reason, or what motivated me, was being a parent of a child with special needs and wanting to be a voice for our most vulnerable, but also for our community, and also just making sure that all kids have the opportunity to, I guess, be challenged and be competitive in the workforce. So that's my why.
Thank you. And how many years did you say you've been on the board?
3.5.
3.5.
Yeah, my term's coming up.
All right.
Mike Winters, superintendent here in San Juan. This is my 5th year. It's hard to believe it seems like it was yesterday. This is my 28th year as an educator all here in Arizona. I tell people I've dedicated every second of my adult life to trying to better the lives of children here in Arizona, and we'll continue to do that. My wife's in her 27th year as a teacher, so it's what we do in our house. My first job was teaching biology and chemistry at Kufa High School in Yuma. Then I was a middle school science teacher in the Alhambra School District, assistant principal and principal in Levine, principal and executive director in Madison, and then here for the last 5 years. And my why has always been simply to make a positive difference in the lives of kids. I always wanted to be, without getting too deep, school was my safe place. I didn't want to go home. And I wanted to be for kids what my teachers were for me. And that's what motivated me to go into education. And as I've expanded my influence, it's just to make a positive difference in more and more kids' lives as I possibly can.
Well, it's wonderful. I appreciate that from all of you. And I share your passion and commitment to students in Arizona. As I said, I'm an Arizona native, and I champion public education. I believe in it. I believe in the roles that are required for it. I'm fascinated by the interaction of an elected governing board out of the community with the operational leadership that the superintendent heads up, then through that leadership structure into the leadership of schools. Public education is not well understood by the public that invests in it and supports it. Not everybody has been in the classroom, and certainly not everybody has served in the complex and very important role of the governing board, nor have a lot of people been in district or school level leadership, and yet the roles are vital in a community. Not only are they the economic drivers very often and the employers in small and rural areas, even in the outlying areas of Phoenix, and I know at night you can hear Phoenix growing out this way, but they are a cornerstone of the American democracy. They are the strength that built the middle class, and they are a congress of people who, as you said, care about the community, and then also those who have the expertise from the experience of serving in various leadership roles to operate the school district. And that's a fundamental balance that we'll talk about today. The leadership that provides the oversight and direction and makes very foundational decisions. That's the role of the governing board, with those with the expertise through experience and training and credentialing and their careers. As you said, I think you're at 28 years in education in Arizona. I've only got you by a decade. In my
my various roles. So I'm very, very thankful to you all for wanting to spend some time in a retreat setting, a special meeting setting, exploring these concepts, and I'm going to do my best to add value to your experience. Just some operating norms. You may find me bouncing up and out of this chair because when I talk, I stand, and I don't want to appear overly informal because this is a formal meeting. But we'll talk very formally and specifically about roles that the governing board is charged with, but we'll also have discussions throughout our time that broaden that out into real-time applications and experiences here in Saddle Mountain. You'll hear something I say, and that'll spark maybe something that's happened in the past that you want to ask about, and we'll try to incorporate all of that, as well as toward the end, anything we haven't covered in a particular policy of attention that I think there are copies of, and so we'll kind of come into that policy space, back out of it, and hopefully by the end, you will have had some questions answered. And please ask questions along the way. Active listening without judgment is helpful. I don't think I have to go through all of these. I just talked about participation. Please pose questions. I'm going to tell you that in the ripe old 6 months that I've been with the School Board Association, I have a rich background in education in Arizona. I have a rich background in leadership and working with leaders. There may be questions you ask about the technicalities of the governing board role or law or policy. I am not an attorney, and so I would rather tell you, looking straight at you, I don't know, but I will find out. And that's a commitment, because in this work, you don't have to be right, but you can't be wrong. You can't give people mistaken information. I'd rather just say, I'm going to follow up and get back to you on that. I believe you've just heard that everybody serving on the Saddle Mountain Board and in leadership with the district have the best of intentions for the students and community. Public education is a calling that people come into. So focusing on the issues and assuming that everybody in the room has positive intent is a staple. And you can decide how much you want to enter in the conversation, of course. You'll find me using a respectful tone and demeanor, and I think that's probably where we'll go with everybody. I do want to point out that you never know. We have a lot of school boards in Arizona. Many of them work in harmony. Many of them come together in a really positive space. Not all of them do. So these are things that we put up at the beginning of every retreat, just to kind of set the right tone. And when we're listening, let's really try to understand where people are coming from with their questions and their comments. So a real quiz to start the day, we want to engage the mind. What is the authority of an individual board member? Anybody care to answer? None. None. Absolutely none. An individual board member has no formal authority. That is correct. How many bosses does the superintendent of Saddle Mountain have? Since we have him right here.
One.
One. What is it?
The governing board.
The governing board in totality in a quorum setting. That's right. Not 5, not 4, but one boss, one voice acting in concert. And what's the authority of the board as a whole? When you're acting collectively as the board, how much authority do you have?
Say a lot.
A lot. You know what? That's a perfect response.
Perfect. Good answer.
It's almost like you've seen this before. and although, a light moment and maybe some answers that strike you as obvious, you'd be surprised how easy it is to forget that, or in an issue of high stakes with a lot of passion and a lot of feeling in the room from various stakeholders, we still have to remember all 3 of these, because they really set the tone for the roles that are so important. As I said, the governance team, when we say that, we mean the superintendent and the governing board. The role of the governing board, as you see, I don't know that I have to read every word, is to improve student outcome, and you have 3 main levers by which you do that. The policy that you set and approve, usually recommended from the district, and then you view it, act on it, discuss it. The budget, you are statutorily charged with approving and managing, or overseeing a budget, I should say. And then the hiring, firing, evaluating of The superintendent. Notice that is the only position that the governing board directly interfaces with. And this is very important. It's not uniformly understood. The governing board has the responsibility to set the goals, help establish the mission and vision. We will look very carefully at that in some future slides. And then monitor the progress of those goals. Now that can look like a lot of different things. There's a big part of that responsibility. It goes back to your role as policymakers. You focus on the policy that you approve, and then you monitor impact, and you consider impact in your discussions. The superintendent's job is to implement. You approve, superintendent and the leadership structure implement. They are the operational leaders of the district. So the board's role is classified as governance, and the superintendent, we say, is operational. You'll hear me using those terms a great deal. The board gives direction to the superintendent. Superintendent is responsible for the implementation. I'm getting a flashing red light, which is probably, of course, I have batteries though. Okay. Even though my clicker didn't work, I do have batteries. So the governance team, once again, is sort of a very simple equation that becomes complex in operations. The governing board, the superintendent equals the governance team. According to Arizona revised statute, there are 3 areas that you cannot delegate away to another part of the district: approving policy, passing a budget, hiring, evaluating, and managing, I would say managing as opposed to firing, the superintendent. The day-to-day operations of the district and requirements of the statute are taken care of by district personnel. Superintendent implements. Governing board often delegates. As you'll see, there are a lot of areas that the governing board impacts, but you normally do that through delegation and then the approval of policy. Please stop me if you have any questions or points you want to make. So breaking this down even further, the board governs. The board evaluates and supervises the superintendent, sets direction through the mission, the vision, identifying the goals of the district, approving goals and strategic plans, adopts policies and the budget. And then, once that's set in motion, through the leadership structure, you monitor, review, possibly course correct annually. Superintendent is managing. Yes, go ahead.
I guess this brings up that sometimes I send to the superintendent my thoughts on certain things, and I try to always put, this is not a board sanction or whatever, this is my personal opinion, and I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but it's usually in the direction of the board. So we had a survey that says people looking at the board that we need to be more visible. So a lot of times I'll send things like that last thing on how, as a board, can we be more visible? Maybe sometimes I step on toes, but I don't mean to.
Mm-hmm.
It's just on the goodness of how do we get the board out there more.
Right.
And I hadn't done it before, but I've started putting, this is my personal opinion, this is not representation of the board.
Right. I appreciate you bringing that up and asking that question. There are all kinds of ways that a board can be visible or a board member can be visible. And they range in a scale from visual, symbolic, and public, attending events, important events at a school, sporting events, advocating to the legislature or advocating in the community for the needs of the district in concert with the superintendent. Where it gets a little murky is, and you mentioned very importantly that you're saying, this is my input, this is not anything to do with a formal board vote or position. The where it gets murky is when that touches on the operational. And here's the rub. If you have a strong education background, and I know that you do, all the way to the classroom, if you have a strong education background, you have seen strategies at work. You may have formed opinions on instructional practices that you believe are really solid. You may have seen education systems operate and you think, that's what we ought to be doing. But as long as you remember that for there to be much direction from the governing board as a whole, lots of items have to be agendized if they really merit that kind of discussion. Now, at the same time, if you have concerns that are brought to you, and you will see this throughout today, if you have concerns that are brought to you or you see something and you have a question about it, that's entirely appropriate to ask the superintendent about it. It may not have to be agendized if you're just seeking to understand or have more information. But where we get into the specific operations, the personnel management, the hiring, the observations and evaluations, the strategies of assessments or instructional design, we just want the governing board to be very, very careful about that overstep. Does that address some of that? Good. Thank you. Please bring those up. Because as you're going to see in the graphic that we like to use, it's not a solid brick wall wide. A lot of times it's judgment. Superintendent manages, oversees the day-to-day operations of the districts, and always this difference between approving on the governance side, implementing on the operational side, and developing plans to meet the strategic goals. So governing boards are very heavily involved in strategic planning, and approving a budget is a strategic plan. If you think about it, it's strategic use of resources. Many districts write a 3-year or so strategic plan, and the board will have input and ultimately approve that. But the superintendent and the leadership structure implements, operates that. Governing board is accountable to the community. Superintendent and the leadership team is accountable to the board. But the superintendent is the sole employee of the board. So unpack that a little bit more. I'm going to let you digest that. Do you need to know every statute in Title 15 of the Arizona Revised Statute Code? It's the size of a major metropolitan phone book, so no, you do not. But when you have enough familiarity that you even know what to ask, that is helpful. And of course, preparation of the district, knowledge of the district's aims and objectives, knowing Saddle Mountain's priorities. Many of you have history with this district. A few of you have been on the board for quite a number of years. You've seen this community change, and you know that change is coming still. And so you have a kind of familiarity and expertise that you then must translate into the formal action of the governing board. So knowledge of the district's educational aims and objectives are very important. Along with that knowledge comes knowledge of process. This is very, very important. Your passion and your commitment to students in the community led you to serve on the governing board and keeps you running to serve on the board. And yet all of that has to be translated for it to have value and meaning into a formal process. Voting and acting impartially for the good of the district, supporting and accepting the will of the majority vote. This is a tough one. You may be absolutely adamant in your position on a vote that doesn't go your way in a 3-2 or a 4-1 split, or in some other way. And yet, there is a reasonable expectation that having discussed the matter and then voted on it in a public meeting, you will at least own the decision. What does this look like when it goes south? One board member out there saying, well, the board voted this way, but I got to tell you, and I want to put this in social media, that I didn't feel that way, and I didn't think that was a good idea at all. We want to avoid that. But what we can say is, there was a lot of discussion in this issue. And you can go back and see the minutes if you want access to them. There was a lot of discussion, and ultimately the board felt, and that is a reasonable accounting. Somebody said, well, how did you feel about it? I heard everybody's thoughts. I heard the discussion. I listened attentively. And what you can do is say, and in general, the board was acting toward. What was the goal the board was trying to reach that led to that decision? So it's the assumption of positive intent, and it's a fair representation of the board's position. Accepting the responsibility for confidentiality. There are 9 to 10 functions of executive session, and why executive sessions are called, and executive sessions are confidential. Now, there are a few provisos to that, who has access depending on the topic discussed, and that's mainly around personnel. But in general, we say we have to honor the confidentiality, and often that's in executive session. Here's another one: refer complaints and refrain from individual actions. I would venture, Saddle Mountain is a very widely dispersed community. So I don't know how often in your day-to-day lives you are identified as governing board members. There are communities all over Arizona where they're on 24/7. They go to the grocery store, everybody knows who they are. They sit in a restaurant and complain about the service, everybody knows they're on the governing board. They're never not on the governing board. This was true when I was AEA president. It was a public position. I was always the AEA president. I had to remember that no matter who I was talking to. And you are representatives of the district no matter where you go, from the time you wake up in the morning to the time you go to sleep at night. Maybe not formal, but people know who you are. And so they will put a lot of pressure on you. I'm still in the upper right quadrant up there. And they will expect you to fix things. And that is not what you do. That's not your role. Your role is to bring those concerns that you hear to the superintendent in an inquiry. Hey, I've heard this. It sounds like it's pretty serious. I was thinking maybe you'd like to follow up on that. I really would like to see at least this explored. Perhaps the superintendent can get back to you with a specific answer if it's a really specific issue. Perhaps the matter needs to be agendized on a governing board in a public meeting and discussed. What we intently ask you not to do, ask you to avoid, is putting on the cape of the governing board member and saying, I'll fix it. I'll take care of this issue. Those concerns are important. People care about them. You care about them. But the way to channel that is to go through the superintendent, bring it to Dr. Miller's attention, and then follow up. It's perfectly appropriate to ask in a certain period of time. Hey, I brought that concern to you. What are we doing about that? What did you find out? And does it need to be a future discussion in an open board meeting? So if you notice, the first two, the top row, are operational considerations. The bottom two are in here, internal to you, your approach, how you bring your character to the role of the governing board. Through ethical commitments, I'll be at all board meetings. If I can't be at a board meeting, I'm going to notify people in advance, because as you know, as we saw, without a majority, there can be no formal action taken, whether it's a public meeting or not. Never compromise the district or engage in conflicts of interest. We'll say a little bit more about that, but I, on behalf of ASBA, urge you to consider the legal definitions of conflict of interest. Questions about that can be referred to counsel, whoever you retain in that function, and focus on what's best for students and schools. I will tell you that in my 6 years as AEA president, I was humbled more times than I ever imagined to be. It's a really interesting phenomenon that when you're a leader and you're perceived at the top of the structure, you eat a lot of pride. You swallow a lot of pride. You hear things that you know not to be true. People assign personal motives to you that you know are not your personal motives. People say hurtful things about the district that you lead and that you love. And it's very difficult. And most of the time, we have to put the interests of the students and the well-being of this district ahead of our egos. We really do. And I got more lessons of that than I ever expected to find when I was in an elected position. Discipline, interpersonal skills are critical among your board members and in the relationship you have with Dr. Winters. Stay informed and listen to others. Represent the board and school to the public with integrity. We'll talk a little bit about that. Does anybody want to go back to one of these and talk about it a little bit?
What you just said for me about the pride, it's pretty much, I had an hour-long meeting this morning where I had to just sit there and, because you want to spend an hour explaining, well, here's why that's not true, but you just have to, what I call validating, you get to let it go sometimes.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it calls on the best, most patient aspects of your character. That, just as you said, you can be in a room and you will hear things. People will come up to the microphone for public comment, and they will say things you know to be factually incorrect. Or they will take a shot at motives of the board and assign you motives that you know do not describe you authentically. And believe it or not, more often than not, we have to take this stoic expression, thank people for their comments, and move on. Now, the law does provide for board members to directly respond if somebody launches a personal attack. Now, you'll see more about that. But in general, representing the board and school to the public with integrity means a kind of stoicism. It's not a loss of passion. It's how you channel that to your elected role, because the public is always watching. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I do have a question about the personal attack. Is that only directed towards a board member, or if it was perhaps a personal attack directed towards Dr. Winters or myself, could we speak, or could they speak on our behalf?
The board members can speak, the superintendent can speak to clarify. If information, let's say somebody simply is making a public comment and they simply state a policy incorrectly. The board president can say, Dr. Winters, can you clarify the policy and its intent? That's okay. Now, the board president also can stop somebody who is becoming, whose attack is becoming unruly. It's disrupting the peaceful operation of the meeting. You do not have to let that go. But in general, other levels of the administration or the operations are going to be pretty silent, and the superintendent, through the direction of the board president, is going to speak to issues.
We haven't really encountered that in a meeting, well, I haven't encountered that in a meeting where they're attacking people, but what would you do in that situation?
You'd cite your going through the board president, which is you, I believe,
Yes.
right? You'd say, I'm going to remind the audience that disruptive behavior won't be tolerated, and you can be excused, according to statute, you can be excused from the room. If it's a personal attack that is verbal and is questioning motive or action, board members can speak at the end of public comment to what they've heard about themselves. They can ask that you can direct the superintendent to clarify issues and correct false information. It's a little bit of a judgment call, and you got to be careful, because the more you do it, the more combative the tone becomes in the room.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, for some of these, my answers may frustrate you because I'm going to say things like it's a judgment call. There's no really hard, fast definition. You know what you can do, though? You can go on YouTube and watch some dilly governing board meetings that are captured in other districts and get a sense of what that sounds like sometimes. You're just going to have to decide how much of that you want to emulate and learn from, and how much of it you want to say, well, good grief, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, your turn.
So one of the things I do quite often, whether it's right or wrong, is, Dr. Winters will say, well, why didn't you ask? They'll say, why didn't you ask me that before? And I couldn't give you the answer.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I think it's very important for transparent
Sure.
to the public. So a lot of times I ask those questions because I think, right or wrong, that we need to be transparent to the public.
Sure. Two things on that. First, we're going to cover that very specifically, communication protocols, before we end today. And we're actually going to have some agreements about how that will happen. Second, you can be transparent and still let Dr. Winters know that you're going to have some issues that are likely up for discussion so that he can prepare the information, which actually aids the transparency, because correct and accurate information is part of the transparency with the public also. So in your communication agreements, if you know that there's an agendized item that you're going to want to ask questions about, it's actually a very appropriate professional consideration to let them know that ahead of time.
Even if you didn't know it before.
Well, that's the rub, isn't it? And so what we recommend is, and I'm sure you already engage in this, a healthy preparation and review of materials. That means you're getting those in sufficient advance notice to look at them and study them. Your commitment is to do so, and then we hope that in most cases you're able to, if you do have some questions in particular areas, you're able to let Dr. Winters know that ahead of time. If you can't, even sometimes right before the board meeting begins, say, hey, I just thought of this, and I just wanted to let you know I'm probably going to ask about this. District leaders tend to be pretty quick on their feet. They tend to, they really appreciate a lack of surprise in the middle of the meeting. Support, not surprises, is kind of a mantra. And if you give any kind of advance notice at all, it'll be helpful. Thank you. Good questions. Totally appropriate questions. The power and the authority of the school board happens only when there is a quorum of members at a publicly noticed meeting. So not only do we need a quorum, we need a posted agenda with the agenda items, and those are the ones that you can discuss at length and act on. even in public comment, and do you hear public comment? Do you offer public comment? Yes. If somebody, and you probably know this, but it bears repeating, if somebody comes up and discusses an item that is not on the agenda, you're very limited in how you can respond. You cannot engage in discussion on that issue. You can ask the superintendent to investigate that, and you can discuss the possibility at the end of the meeting of putting that on a future agenda. In general, your process, you listen, you take input, you listen to each other, that's input. Community members talk to you, that becomes part of your input. You read the materials, that is input to you. And so you process this, and you listen to the discussion, because that's going to help you, especially if you can remove your biases as much as possible. And this is difficult, because expertise produces bias. Experience produces bias. If we look at bias as kind of a lens through which we see issues, if you have experience and you've got passion and you have expertise in an area, you may be trying to listen, but it runs up against your own view of things. And when you're aware that that's happening, when that internal process is going on, you can say, yeah, but I've got to take everything into account. I'm in my receiving mode right now in discussion mode. Discuss, absolutely, and agendized items are to be discussed out loud. That's part of the transparency that Member Marcette mentioned. And then vote. You take the action. The action predicates the policy, makes it real. Mandate versus practice. And you see the President Amar, you see the reference to the legal authority you have to stop a speaker. The public must have access to a publicly noticed meeting. Actually, statutorily, you are not required to provide an opportunity for public comment. You don't have to do that by law. We recommend it. We recommend it as in spirit with an open meeting and in the spirit of transparency. Restrictions on public comment can be placed, though, but they gotta be consistent. You can say, we're going to allow 2 minutes per speaker. You can say, we're going to have public comment for the next 20 minutes, but when that time is up, we have to move on the agenda. You can talk about the manner in which public comment is received. The one I'm most familiar with, of course, is at board meetings, people coming up and speaking. If a community member is speaking on a topic that is not agendized, as I talked about, you cannot respond other than to ask that it be followed up and possibly agendized at a future meeting. The practice, consistency is your best friend. Otherwise, you'll be accused of playing favorites with people or disallowing certain topics. Now, you can control the time you give public speakers. You can control the amount of the agenda that you set aside for public comment. But you can't control what people want to talk about. And you certainly can't control their viewpoints or opinions. You can tell somebody they've gone over the appropriate time. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever you said. But you can't say, we don't agree with you, so we're going to ask you to stop talking. However, this is very important at the bottom. If somebody begins to threaten, becomes disorderly to the point where they are interrupting the actual meeting, they can be either stopped, you can tell them to stop speaking and please take their seat, or if it escalates, you can have them removed. That, of course, we never want to advocate for any type of physical contact or anything like that, but just ask people to leave, and we hope that manages it as well as it can. You've all seen, I'm sure, in the news that you watch, sometimes board meetings, they get ugly. They get really hard. And I'm not just talking about people being there looking like this. I mean, physical actions and things like that.
Well, and I think we have to remember that because the community doesn't think this, they think the meeting is for the community, for them, and it's for the board.
It's a really interesting point. I want to process that a little bit. It's for the board members to take formal action. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But it also is a demonstration of the relationship between the district and the community. It's an open meeting. The items are going to be posted in advance so that the community knows what's going to be discussed. through the discussion of the board and reports from the superintendent, people can find out about the operations. So in a formal sense, it is for the board to conduct its business. But in a larger sense, it's for the community, and it is for the public. Thoughts?
Well, and I've read this many times, that it's for the board, for the community, as kind of a learning or listening. It's not something they, and accepting the public comment, it's not something that they can make comment on. That is the purpose of the board, to conduct business, to communicate, to listen.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We're not inviting the public to engage on each issue in a debate with board members. They have an opportunity to say their piece. And of course, they can speak to agendized items. You know, you discuss that, and you take is there public comment on this item? So that's another opportunity for the public to weigh in. But you're quite right, we're not inviting people to sit at the dais and assume that they are elected board members simply because they came to the meeting. So board members, this is outside the boardroom, beg your pardon. Outside of the boardroom, you do not have official power. Your authority is in a quorum in a posted public meeting. Outside that, you have no authority or official power. You can act as a great ambassador, and by ambassador, I mean expressing the values of the district, the mission and the vision, the goals of the district. What you want to avoid is weighing in and debating specific policies. If somebody's got that serious a concern, you can say, look, let me tell you, obviously you care about this. I'm hearing you. It's always great to acknowledge what people are saying and acknowledge the concern that you're hearing and say, I'm going to refer this to the superintendent. We're going to find information out about it. And you can follow up on that, as I've said, or you can decide through your board president, the superintendent, that an item might have to be agendized for a future meeting. Superintendents have significant responsibility, 24/7, unfortunately, it seems, at times, to run district operations. So that's their authority. They implement what you approve and enact. The board answers questions such as why? Purpose, does this relate to our strategic plan? Does this relate to our priorities? We set these goals in a 3-year plan where we have this mission. Does this work advance that? Totally appropriate questions. How much? Yes, in your fiscal management, fiscal leadership and approval of the budget. How much? Because you're overseeing a budget and approving a budget of resources. But the superintendent, his questions are about implementation. How are we going to do this? When is it going to take place? Where will this occur? Those more concrete questions. The board, your domain is vision, mission, the identity of the district. What makes Saddle Mountain unique? I firmly believe, and I stole this from a colleague in Western before I left, you need one school district in Arizona, you've got one school district in Arizona. The kids are different, the needs are different, the context is different, the leadership is different. Saddle Mountain is unique for many different ways, but one of them is you are Phoenix's future. They're coming. Land is opening up, and we've seen what happened in Buckeye. We know what's happening in Tonopah. There are directions of Phoenix where growth cannot occur. Well, if it does, it will be so expensive that only a small percent of the population will go there. West of Phoenix, with respect to federal lands and power plants and that kind of thing, there's a lot of land west of Phoenix. So you are in a unique situation. You're in that outer ring, outside a major metropolitan area. They're the top 5 in size in the country. So you have a context. You are the experts of that context. You act on that expertise on the left side. And you delegate a great deal of authority, frankly, and operations on the right, as the superintendent and leadership team handle the objectives that go forward and advance the goals. You define and help lay down the goals. They write the plans that implement those and act on those goals. And we'll see more about that in a little bit. So it looks like this. A couple of graphics for your consideration. And note the dotted line that you'll see in both of these. Board authority is the oversight of management, the oversight of the district, setting expectations, and you're answering the big picture questions. You are adopting goals. Boards adopt, superintendent recommends and implements. But you adopt through your actions. You adopt goals and you adopt policies. Then we go past that dotted line, and in the plan development, the Dr. Winters and, let me get this right, and Associate Superintendent Giacovelli.
Nice.
Close. Okay, good. Implement through their leadership. But notice the arrow is pointing back up from I guess there's a little pointer thing on this. Will that work? Yeah. Notice that while the plans are being developed, this arrow is going up right here because the board was staying informed. The board has a reasonable expectation to receive reports on progress for its role to monitor, which occurs over here. So the superintendent and leadership structure are developing and then implementing. The board is looking at the progress of all that implementation in a monitoring and review process, which then allows it to shape, redirect, redefine, or reaffirm goals that have been approved. Another way of looking at it, this was coined by a guy named Daniel Kim as a hierarchy of decision-making. Daniel Kim worked with members of organizations to increase their cohesiveness in different levels of decisions. These are all levels of decisions. Notice that the board owns the very foundations of this pyramid. You can only build a pyramid from the bottom up. It is physically impossible to build a pyramid from the top down. Can't be done. So the board takes action on foundational, or what we call adaptive in some cases, or transformational areas. That's where most of your work lives, and where most of your discussion sits. As you make decisions, frankly, or approve certain statements about mission and vision and core values and goals, then we have that same dotted line, because it's not that clean. You're also giving direction. What you do here is flowing up in the form of strategic input to the plans that district leadership write. You're giving input. So this is flowing upwards through these levels into a body of what we call transactional or operational work, represented by those blue levels. So that the leadership team is implementing through planning and implementation the systems, building the systems and the structures that make real the votes that you take. Now, in the case of a budget, what would that look like? Well, normally there will be a budget process with input from many directions, and there will be a recommended budget brought forward to you. To varying degrees. Obviously, every district is just a little bit different. But this is that then through your leadership, the district implements and makes into concrete plans and reality. Now, we said outside a board meeting, you don't have a lot of power. All the power occurs only in a properly noticed meeting with a quorum, but you have influence. You have influence because you're an elected board member and a member of the community. And then, unfortunately, this creates a kind of a murkiness. Many times we see board members who believe their authority extends to diving deep into areas of implementation. What are the common ones? Personnel management. The superintendent is charged, you delegate the management of the people that make the district run to the superintendent. You have one employee, the superintendent. The superintendent is at the top of the hiring and employee management process for the rest of the district. This really we should look at as a concrete wall. You may have personal opinions. I remember being a teacher in Marana. I think I was probably in my third or fourth year. And we had a board meeting where 700 members of the public showed up. And it wasn't to thank the board for the great work they were doing. It was because there was a particular board member that had it in for a basketball coach somewhere in the district. And despite the evaluations of that coach, despite the success of that coach, despite a lot of positive indicators, that board member wanted that coach contract ripped out.
And boy, did he find out that he had gone too far and overstepped, because the public gathered at that meeting and did a course correct of that board member. So it's just wise to remember that you manage one employee, and that employee creates the systems that address others. Curriculum matters. A lot of times, you might get wind, you might hear something, do you know the materials they're using in your school? Do you know the book that they're teaching? And that can be very visceral. That can touch on a lot of your individual values and your viewpoints about what's appropriate for students. But in your formal role as a board member, you make an inquiry to the superintendent and say, check this out. I'd like to know more about this. Can you find out? What's the approval process for materials? There is one. There is one. So a lot of times your direction at the bottom of that pyramid becomes inquiry, and you ask questions about the actual operations. And as an individual member, though, you do have responsibilities, and you do have things that you can do and should do. Prepare, stay informed, and listen. Bring your perspective and ask factually based questions. If you think that a decision is going to impact the long-term financial well-being of the district, ask about that. Ask about budget capacity. You represent the community in a collective board. That's where your power and authority are. That's where you vote on agenda items. And that's where you really are doing your formal work as voices of the public. Yeah. If they do, they'll ask. I'm watching.
There's a little bit of conflict, so we represent the public, so that means they should come to us with different concerns, whatever. So what's the difference when we refer to the superintendent? Because he has to, is it if it's just a complaint, or so all complaints go to the superintendent, right? But I mean, as a board, if we hear something from the public, then we can bring that in the board meeting to address it.
Yes, you can ask that an item be agendized for a future meeting, which will allow a further exploration of it. What happens also when the board decides to put an item on a future agenda, gives the district the opportunity to gather the relevant information, make a full accounting of that decision area, which can be discussed and presented at a public meeting, and then you all can engage in deeper discussion about it because it's on the agenda. But you're absolutely correct. It is appropriate if you hear concerns that you think are of enough merit and over an important enough issue. Somebody says, I don't like the way the parking lot lines are drawn. Okay. You can decide what to do with that and say, we try to maximize the capacity of the parking lot. We're not going to be able to address everything. But when you think a concern really justifies attention, your first, last, and best course of action is to bring it to the superintendent. And please keep asking these. Yes?
Well, and also too, sometimes when there's something on the agenda and the public has been voicing their opinions, like throughout the community or whatever, there's times where I've said, well, when it's our time to discuss what the concerns of the community are.
Yes.
And I've said that in the meetings. Is that okay?
That is appropriate. That is appropriate. It's on the agenda. You've gathered some input. You've heard some public concerns. And you are elevating those voices in a way that those individuals maybe can't do.
Okay.
And I think that almost the responsibility is that we're in the community more than the superintendent is. If we're hearing stuff out in the community, we need to let him know, this is what I heard, just so you know, and
Yes,
it doesn't blindside him.
absolutely. It's diligence. Picture you're all familiar with an hourglass. In your mind, turn that hourglass on its side. One side is the board leadership, your governance functions. Then you go through that little narrow piece of glass that connects the two, and that's the operations headed up by the superintendent and that leadership structure. You are managing the flow of information over there. I heard a serious concern in my role as a board member. I need to get that to the superintendent so that it can be processed over in the operations side. And then, if necessary, come back for further discussion at a public meeting. Yes?
Do we need to communicate to the board that we're bringing something to the superintendents?
It is wise to communicate that to the board president. We always want to be careful about emails. You know the rules about emails, right? The number one way to avoid, because an email, if somebody mistakenly copied everybody in an email, and you start to respond to it, you're now holding an unauthorized public meeting. But that's why a lot of people BCC. But notifying the board president, since we're about to talk about that role, I appreciate that, of a concern that you're bringing the superintendent is a very healthy thing to do. Support, not surprises. So the duties of the board president include, but are not limited to, acting on behalf of the governing board as a whole to consult with the superintendent regarding items to be placed. By the way, you will have these slides, and you've got the hard copy, but I believe you also have the electronic copy. Yeah. On behalf of the governing board as a whole, consult with the superintendent regarding items to be placed on the agenda. So the board president plays a function of listening to you, individual board members, and then discussing items with the superintendent to see how those can be agendized to be part of a public meeting agenda. Preside over the meetings and conduct the meetings in accordance with the Arizona law and policies of the district, which we refer to as OML, or Open Meeting Law. And those are sacrosanct. Open meeting law must be complied with, or you actually run the risk of having actions of the board negated legally. And even the Secretary of State, I believe, or it might be the Attorney General, the Auditor General can, I think it's auditor. Yeah, he can levy fines against a district. That's rare. But compliance with open meeting laws is an absolute must. Unless otherwise prohibited by law, the president may make motions and vote on any motion that occurs during a meeting. There are districts where the board president makes motions. You do not have to. Another member of the board can do that. That's a district by district. There's a law allows the board president to make motions if necessary. In the absence of the president of the board members shall elect a temporary president, and that selection shall be reported in the minutes. I don't want to say too much about that because that's a legal area, and there's some really specific provisos about when that happens. But you can consult with counsel, or remember that ASBA has policy guidance as part of our staff. So if you ever want to clarify that policy, then it probably is stated in your board policy.
We typically have a clerk, so the clerk would run the meeting in the absence.
Yeah, as long as you've got a provision for that. So there are some areas of role and responsibility for the board president. Preside and manage the flow, we talked about that. Ensure the agenda is followed, manage the meeting time. The board president wants to make sure that the meeting is effective, begins on time, ends on time, and that there's a good pace in discussion of items. Sometimes that gets tough. If there's an agenda item that's bringing a heated debate, whether among the board members or a lot of commentary, you've got people lined up to speak to it, there's no hard, fast rules. It's just the overall management of the time of the meeting.
And I don't believe we have a set time of the amount of time spent on the meeting with comments, public comment either.
No, it's just 3 minutes, but if
Per speaker.
50 people,
Yeah, I mean, we don't have, well, we're gonna spend 30 minutes on this or whatever.
We could
That's
say
not
that.
set in
But the
policy.
president, I mean, so we have over a contentious meeting and the place is packed and we got 15 of them. The president can say we're gonna limit it to 20 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. That is,
Start the meeting out so that they can
right.
coordinate so that two people aren't saying the same thing.
right, it won't make a lot of people happy, but it's completely legally defensible.
Right.
Would that be tied, or would it time?
Yeah, because in our agenda it says 3 minutes.
Right, so we're talking about the individual speaker, you can set a time on that, be very consistent about it, and then the total time that you apportion to an agenda item, because you've got, after all, you've got to be able to get to the other items on the agenda. And you can say that, in the interest of the agenda, we have to move on and call for a vote or whatever is up on the item. Facilitate democracy, so this is the board president making sure that each of you gets a chance to weigh in on discussion. You have a commensurate responsibility to try to voice your opinion, do it in a way that doesn't dominate the point where other board members can't speak, If you've spoken 5 or 6 times to an issue and other board members are speaking for the first time, it would be reasonable to defer, and the board president can say, Member Blackson, we've heard from you, and I just want to make sure that Member Loretto, right? Has an opportunity to speak, just as a for instance. The fourth policy, maintain a deep knowledge of board policy and open meeting law. Right. So one of the most common things you'll hear is a member of the public come up during public commentary, I want to speak to this issue, you know it's not on the agenda. That member of the public doesn't care about that one bit. That member of the public is not thinking about open meeting law. They're thinking about something that happened with their student on the way home from school or something like that, or during between third and fourth period, and you may have to remind and say, as this is not on the agenda, we can listen to you, but we are not allowed to engage in discussion about this issue. And it will frustrate people. But the board president, the representative board needs to know that. And keep focus. We've talked a lot about that. So the president's got a lot on her plate, no doubt about it. Board and superintendent expectations. How does this relationship work together? Through all kinds of issues and, scarce resources. Well, we come to agreements. Some of those are general and some of them are very specific, as we'll see toward the end of the day. Come prepared to discuss items, notify, here we have it, we talked about this, notify the superintendent about positive or negative community comments on agenda items. You both have spoken to this. What do we do when we hear these things? If it's a specific complaint, it's not tied to an agenda, direct it to the superintendent. If it's an agenda item and you know that the public has strong feelings, as you prepare that agenda, as you're talking about those items, you can let the superintendent know, look, this is a big one. This is a tough issue. And here's what I'm hearing. And I really go back to Member Morsette's question about transparency. Preparation does not diminish transparency. In many ways, preparation allows that brief time that the public has once a month to look, or twice a month to look into the operations. It allows them a clearer lens because you've thought about the information you need to know ahead of time. And that is responsible preparation that makes for an effective meeting. Give the superintendent lead time to research clarifying questions. Support the superintendent that you hire. We don't sandbag or surprise. Ha-ha, gotcha, got it. Wait till I ask this question at the meeting. That's really not helpful, is it?
Well, and also too, you hear the word transparency, and you hear that a lot in the public, or
Yes.
the board or the district, they're not being transparent. But every month, we're in this room, and all the information that they're saying we're not transparent with is discussed, and they're not here. But, I mean, you can't really lead them. You could lead them to the water, but you can't make them drink.
Absolutely. It's so common. I was just up in Kyoto, as I said earlier this week, and they're doing their strategic planning. And I've worked with many other districts. They're good examples. The districts will send out survey after survey after survey after survey. They'll post the survey. They'll have links to the survey. They'll go out in emails. They'll go out in a newsletter. It'll be posted on the wall. Take this survey. And the members will come and say, why don't you ever ask our opinions? It's the disconnect of humans. I always like to say you can design any perfect system on paper. All you have to do to mess it up is introduce human beings into it. You can have the perfect budget, you can have the perfect attendance policy, you can have the perfect safety and security policy, introduce people to it, and that's where we watch the whole thing become very complex. So, to your point, that information that you create, as you think about and prepare, what is the information we need for this agenda item? In other words, you're asking, what do people need to know? What needs to be on the table as part of the open discussion? And you'll think about that. And Dr. Winters will prepare the material, and he'll talk to his team and get the most relevant information. And yet, if you vote in a certain way that a member of the public doesn't like, you're not being transparent. That's what they will say. Because we use these words as if we all agree on what they mean. But the fact is, the word transparent is something we pull out of a quiver of arrows and go, we're not being transparent. We're not being accountable. Because these words don't mean the same thing to everybody. Some people say, if you don't vote the way I vote, you're not being transparent, or you're not being responsible. Well, of course you are. But opinions vary and perspectives mix, and you're dealing with complex issues, and you're rarely going to see 100% agreement. It just doesn't exist. Superintendent agreements ensure all members have access to backed up materials. A lot of this points to the role of your administrative professional, a key position to be thanked more than once a year on a certain date on the calendar. Make themselves available to answer board member questions prior to the meeting, discuss things, and of course, certainly at the meeting as directed, usually by the board president. The board administrative professional. Key role in the preparation, the documentation. The administrative professional is normally the one charged with documenting accurately the meeting proceedings, that's the minutes, and there are laws about the posting of those. Provide clarification, back to the superintendent, provide clarification, input, and context to agenda items. All members are charged with presenting and staying engaged, not being present, sorry, and staying engaged. These things. Put them away during an open meeting. This is friendly advice. This is not the ASBA official position. You get on these things, and now the public's going to say you're not being transparent because you're going to assume all kinds of things. We've had board members in contact with a son or daughter because the babysitter didn't show up, and the board member's at the meeting and wants to know that the 9-year-old or 11-year-old at home is safe, and so they're checking in, but it doesn't look like that to the public. So notifying the superintendent and board president ahead of time if you have something that may cause you to need to step out is a great thing to do. Other than that, if you can possibly avoid it, well, I'm looking up something because I want to make sure I'm correct. Not during the meeting. And it goes so deep. I don't know if this is the slide to talk about it. Remain present, engaged, refrain from side conversations. Yeah, so even leaning over and talking, it might seem totally innocuous. You just, what did that person say? What did that person from the public say? I was reading this material and I didn't quite catch it. But what does it look like to the public that's not there listening to the two of you talk? It doesn't look good. It presents a murky public appearance. So stay present and engage and refrain from as much distracting behavior as you can. Any member can call for a vote, by the way. Any member, after hearing enough discussion and thinking that the matter has been aired out to the public sufficiently and sufficiently discussed, can call for a vote, and we've talked about the role of the board president. If at any time, by the way, you want a standing break or a 5-minute break, please let me know. We do have one scheduled, but it's not for a little while yet. But of course, we can approve the agenda flexibly. Board and superintendent expectations. Those are pretty big, pretty easy to read, and they have a lot to do with those commitments we made at the beginning of the day, so it's a little bit redundant. The board president, that first one over on the right, the orderly discussion of an issue extends to maybe reminding people not to interrupt or speak over each other, so that there's a nice orderly flow to the discussion. And, the focus needs to be on the board work, on the issue at hand, and not the personalities in the room. All right, you ready? All right, feeling good?
Don't cheat, I'm sure the answer's wrong.
You know what's funny? I don't know the answer to even in the back, so.
Oh, I don't think they are.
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think they are. No, that'd be pretty silly, wouldn't it? All right, we're going to put a series of slides up, and you're going to say out loud whether it's the superintendent, or designee, or the board that has that authority. Yes?
Is one of those acceptable answers both?
Let's try to avoid that.
Okay.
Go with your strongest reaction.
Okay, depends. Because I might have previewed these ahead of time.
Oh, so they're going to start the chart. What about if it's a Wednesday? Yeah, it turns differently.
Well, that's a good question because it needs to be clarified.
Yeah, well, if there's clarification necessary, then please, this is your retreat, this is your special meeting. Who does this? Approve new policies.
Board.
Board, absolutely. What would be the substitution of a verb if we said this belongs to the superintendent? What would approve maybe become? Recommend, yeah, develop, or draft, but the approval is with the board. Approve the district budget. For the same reason, you see approve, that's the board. Superintendent does not have that authority. Implement a marketing and communication.
Superintendent.
You've seen these before. Yes, implement goes right to superintendent. Interview candidates for teaching positions.
Superintendent.
Really? You've been in schools. Don't you know what a great employee looks like? That's right. For you. This is what I used to do with my students, because I taught honors and AP American Lit. A student would give an answer to a question that was absolutely right, and I'd say, what? Really? It was high school, you can be. And they'd go, and they were like, well, yeah, that's exactly right. Don't back down just because somebody questions your answer.
But in practice, do you normally interview teachers or principals and staff interview?
I don't normally, it depends on the position. I tend to interview more upper level administrative positions and then the individual teaching delegated, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, without saying it's a hard, fast rule, normally the employee at the building level is going to be interviewed by the principal.
Or the superintendent.
Delegates. Love it. Absolutely right. Adopt a new curriculum. Board, you have the authority. Investigate a complaint from a parent.
Superintendent.
Yes, absolutely. Evaluate employees.
Superintendent.
Yes, yes, yes. Appropriate question for a board member to ask. Do we have an effective observation and evaluation system for our employees? That is a totally appropriate question. But not, I've designed this one because I saw this one time in a different district, and I think this is the policy we ought to be using. No. But evaluate, superintendent. Recommend a new financial management platform.
Superintendent.
How come? Yes? And what's the key word up there?
Recommend.
Recommend. Yes. Supervise a principal.
Superintendent.
Yes. Yes, superintendent. Advocate for better funding for school districts.
Coach. This is the one I want, Coach.
Yep, and you are absolutely right. Everybody, if you ever play Trivial Pursuit, this is an all play. Each have your role. It's great also when that's the superintendent and the board. If the superintendent is so confident of discussions that have occurred and can then advocate, and then possibly like in a superintendent's report, I don't know what's included in your superintendent's reports, but a lot of times superintendents will say, I attended a legislative session and I spoke at this hearing to this effect, that kind of thing, but it's in concert. All right, a scenario or two. What do you do? Parent or community has contacted you about a situation involving their child. That makes it serious right off the bat. You listen to the parent and you give information on how to address the issue for the approved policy. You're not addressing it, you're saying to the parent, have you done this? Now, the parent reads the policy, he doesn't feel like the form they need to complete applies to this situation. So you're getting this kind of frown on the face of the parent you're talking to. The thing is, this isn't the first time you've heard that this form is not particularly user-friendly. This is kind of now a pattern. Which of the following actions is best? In your minds right now, think in general, but don't say it out loud, what you would do. How would you feel with this? So let me give you some choices. And here they are. Tell the parent to ignore the form, go to the principal's office and get some resolution. Get in there. Offer to call the school yourself and tell them to do what the parent wants. You're a member of the community. You were elected. In fact, voters will tell you they elected you sometime. I voted for you. Or share your concerns about the form with the superintendent and ask for a review of the policy and exhibits in an upcoming board meeting. Number 3, it's not even close. No matter what the feelings are associated with 2, and this is why I talk about the cape, don't put out cape.
pick up the phone, make some contact. Number 3 is your best response. Another one of the reasons you ran for the governing board is a concern you had about district test scores, especially math test scores. This is a very real concern. Districts are struggling with this all over the state and in fact all over the country. This was one of the things that you felt passionate enough about and you wanted to run. And we want to see students' academic achievement improve. Many of you, as you talked about your lives today, you all said it was centered around students and creating opportunities, and we know that academic mastery opens doors after students leave school. You've talked to the superintendent about it, and they share your ambition to see improvements, of course, that's what everybody wants. You wonder how you can have an impact on academic achievement. From your position as an elected member of the board, which of the following actions is best for you to take? First, tell the superintendent you want to visit every classroom in the district, see who the best teachers are, so they can be role model. You're already going there. Ask the superintendent if there's a plan to improve academic achievement. Ask for a review of that in a meeting or study session. Again, we're agendizing an item because we think it's important. For 3, social media. Always the best answer. What could possibly go wrong? Put the question out there on Facebook.
A lot.
What's the best course of action here? Yes, absolutely. I know the scenarios are real. I know the choices are very, very different. And 2, I hope, 2 struck you as the obvious best choice. Really the only choice. Yes, ma'am.
So question,
Yep.
as a board, we have a goal or a subset of a goal that says we measure success by the scores on that our kids have. So can we see all those scores or, okay.
Individual by individual, not how you want to see them. Aggregate patterns, trend data, what's our state assessment profile? Totally appropriate to agendize the item for a meeting and let the superintendent work with his team to prepare that data. There are so many types of that, and financial data are the 2 sources of data that boards most want to see. Academic data, financial data about the budget. Superintendents, through their experience, whether it's Dr. Winters or anybody else, become very, very good at understanding what data is meaningful. The board can say, I want to see data that shows this, but you don't necessarily know what that data is, even if you might because you have a background. But you allow time for the leadership to put together a data portfolio that is understandable, relevant, manageable, and doesn't just bombard you with a whole bunch of information, which will simply raise your frustration. Yes, that is appropriate. I think we're doing pretty well on time and all that. Is everybody good? If you want to, as you need to stand up and walk about the room and all that, of course, take advantage of it. I will go ahead and break at 1:40, which is just about 15 minutes away. So I did mention when I did an overview of the agenda that there is research, fortunately, that ties certain practices of governing boards to high achievement or higher achievement and greater efficiency of the school district they lead. In other words, we can actually say these things help boards function more effectively with positive effects on students and the education system. Now, I don't know if I have it. Here's what I would suggest. As we go through these 8, right there on the slides, because you're going to have each of the 8, write the word strength or opportunity, depending on how you each think Saddle Mountain, with your governing board, addresses this. So when I read the first characteristic, yeah, I think we're great on this. I think we do a really good job of this. Write strength, somewhere on the slide. This is yours. If it's an opportunity, yeah, we can be doing better on this. Mark it as an opportunity, and then we'll have a little bit of discussion, totally appropriate because it's agendized. And then that might lead you to wanting to revisit one of these in a special session, study session, and talk about this. So, let's talk about how we're doing on this. So, you go to the first one. A little bit of background.
National School Board Association, the Center for Public Education is the one that looked at indicators and compiled this research, and you'll see the citation. It's a little bit old, about 15 years old, but they still hold, and the data gets reviewed from time to time. Shows that these practices make it more likely that districts will tend toward the high achieving versus the low achieving. So yes, you have impact. First, they fall in the 4 areas, we're going to look at each one. There are 8 practices up there, but we're going to go ahead and unpack each one separately. But you see the areas: vision and belief, accountability and focus, alignment and growth, collaboration and trust. So we'll look at these. First, effective school boards commit to a vision of high expectations for students, student achievement, and quality instruction, and define clear goals toward that vision. So a couple things going on. First of all, the commitment to a vision for high expectations of student achievement. And second, the definition of clear goals. How are you on that? Is that a strength? You feel like we're pretty solid? Or is there an opportunity to do some work and clarify it? Each of these slides has a question or two at the bottom that you can ask yourself. As you think, okay, strength or an opportunity to do some work?
I'm going to say strength, but you can never be perfect. That's fine.
Right.
We can always improve, we can always get better.
Mm-hmm. How about these questions? Is there a clear stated district vision?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was going to mention this earlier, Andrew, and it struck me when Liz was doing her introduction. She mentioned our vision of everyone learns every day. And Mr. Braxton and Mr. Rutter were doing this. And I shared it last week in the interview we had. It's the only place, and this is my, 4th or 5th district I worked in, where the vision was more than just something on a wall.
Yeah.
Everyone knows it. I hear someone say it every day, and they truly live it. And that was something that when I just first came, I was like probably a month or 2 on the job where I really learned that wasn't just something on a wall. It was something that everybody here embodied, and that's always been something that's always been impressive to me. But I just don't want to mess up.
I like the honesty. I have to compliment you on the simplicity and the power of the vision statement. Sometimes it seems like people are going for a word length, or they just are getting paid by
Nobody remembers it.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yes.
You said it once, and I remembered it.
Right.
I also wrote it down, but I mean, good for you. It is immediately graspable. Everyone learns every day.
Someone wanted to change it at one point, I don't recall. And I just thought, no, we're not changing that.
I don't know where that came from. I think
Dr. J.
Dr. J said, yeah.
And listen, it's very healthy in an organization about every, there's not a hard, fast rule, but every, let's say, somewhere between 6 and 10 years to go back and revisit those foundational, the bottom of the pyramid I showed you. Are these the core values that are our identity? Is this who Saddle Mountain is? Is this our vision? Do we still believe that this statement reflects our mission? There's a great intimate connection of those things. Core values answer the question of who. Who are we? Your mission is your purpose. It answers the question why. Why is there a Saddle Mountain School District? And these are on that pyramid slide that I first showed you, and we're going to come back to it again in a while. And your vision is where. Where are we going? If we believe in these core values and we see this as our purpose, that's where the mission sits, that's where the vision sits up on top of the mission, then where are we taking students? I love this definition of leadership that I heard years and years ago. A leader is someone that others follow to a place they wouldn't go by themselves. A leader is someone others follow to a place they wouldn't go by themselves. And it too, like your vision statement, is very simple, but very powerful. But yeah, going back, when I was ADA president, we added a core value. We had 4 of them, and we found there to be a gap. We had nothing about education support professionals. So we took it to our annual delegate assembly. There was a motion made and to add a fifth, which was education support professionals as valued partners. Because we invited them to join, but we had a core value about teaching as an esteemed profession and about communities as a meaningful partner. But there were enough people that said, this isn't the full picture. So coming back to some of those key questions now and then is a very healthy organization. Anything more on this one first? Okay, we'll go to the second. Effective school boards have strong shared beliefs. We just talked about the vision. Now we also have shared beliefs and values about what is possible for students and their ability to learn. And the system and its ability to teach all children at high levels. Those first few words, strong shared beliefs. Is everybody on the governing board clear? And because governing boards change over time, when you have a new member on a governing board, how do you bring them into that space? Do you just let them read it somewhere, or do you have conversations, or are those part of an open meeting? We're going to talk about our vision and our mission statement and our core values. It's time to revisit those.
So the onboarding.
Sorry?
I believe it's during onboarding,
Mhm.
the superintendent and the board president.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as you have a system now, that's great. Teachers feel this frustration every year. Brand new teacher at the beginning of the year gets 3 to 4 days of orientation. What does the teacher get who comes in halfway through the year? A notebook and a key. Yeah. And I've been that teacher. And
Did
it's,
you say it was a strength?
I said, I was saying that it was, I believe it takes place during the onboarding with the superintendent and the board president.
So you opportunity?
I would say it's a strength, because we do share that with the new members and bring them into that space.
how do you see it?
Opportunity.
Okay. You want to say more about that?
So I think that we can always do better. That even if we have something in place, we need to think outside the box. We need to always look at what we can do better. And I think no matter what we do, we can always do better.
Which means that from time to time, you can agendize these things and talk about them. And that question, how do we communicate these? Fair game in that kind of agendized. I should give you a nickel for every time I say that, and you'd all be rich by the time we left this meeting. Agendized item so that you can engage in a full discussion. What are the values of our district that drive our vision or mission?
I'll just add, just for you, Richard, I think one of the things that really stuck out to me over the years was that everyone here believes, districts like kids at Hope District, so the core value is that everyone believes all students are capable of learning, no exceptions. And that's something that we continue. And at some point, we'll get a strategic plan update on what we did with that this year. Yeah, that's the number one core value, is that all children are capable of learning, no exceptions.
I'm listening to you, and I'm reading exactly what you all said at the beginning of the day today for your why. Opportunity for all. An education foundation for everyone, and everybody feeling safe and secure. Everyone learns every day. You said education is a great equalizer. Meaning opportunity, it's right there, opportunity for all. And President Amaral, a voice for the vulnerable, opportunity, I wrote down and underlined it, and challenges. So not only are you aware of a very powerful vision statement, but as you talk about your purpose, you're all connected to this value. Always an opportunity, to be sure.
Dr. Winters, Kids at Hope, is that ongoing training?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Years ago, the board members were also trained, but I'm not sure if the member board members.
No,
Maybe I'm not fine.
Oh, you haven't? Okay. I thought you-
So it's always, well, for many, many years, it was part of our Saddle Mountain induction, which I brought flyers for everyone. That it's upcoming next week already. Thank you. Pass one over to you. However, this is the first year, so we were able to send a couple staff members from each site to a train-the-trainer model. training, and so we'll be doing it at the site level. But if anyone would like to attend that training, I can get those.
If we can get a schedule, I was unaware of that, so that would be helpful.
Yeah, so there'd be several different options of times and locations that you could, because it's not just one date and one time, so it depends on the site. Follow that up with those.
But
Any further discussion on this one? We want to weigh in on the strength of our opportunity, or have any comments, please, just
I will.
I'm sure we'll do.
Sure.
and send it to me as well, please.
So we look at another one, number 3. That the school boards are accountability driven. Spending less time on operational issues, because after all, we said we're delegating those to the superintendent, and more time focused on policies. One of those 3 statutory charges you have is to approve policies to improve student achievement. And the question we might ask is, do I spend my time on oversight or operations? We can label that a strength of this board, that we understand that, and we're looking at policy, especially those for student achievement. Or this is an opportunity, maybe we should talk about how we spend the majority of our time. Yeah. Jump in, the water's fine.
Again, I think it's opportunity.
Okay.
Because as you read policies, you may find one that, because we change, the environment, everything changes. So we may have to look at a policy and have it change it or redefine it so that we're meeting those needs that have changed.
Right.
Because we may have more students following the lead below. We don't want to mandate it, but if we're seeing data that says we might have to revisit a policy,
Yeah, right.
then I see as an opportunity.
And in fact, the future, one of the upcoming characteristics is data savvy board members, that they're asking questions about data. We did a training at Summer Leaders, if anybody went to that, the one they hold in Flagstaff, and I brought in a woman named Ildy Lasko-Kerr, who used to be with the Charter Schools Association and has done a ton of work. She's a PhD, and she did a nice workshop on the questions board members can ask about data in 3 areas. Achievement, and then finances and financial indicators for the budget, and then attendance and discipline. Or maybe the third one she used was workforce, but in any case, she got board members attending that training to think in terms of big picture data questions. So I'm kind of jumping the gun on one of these, pardon me, but it's to your point. And there is change, and you as members of the community elected to, there's metaphorically you're up here, although I have to compliment you, your dais is at ground level, but you're moving ahead while other members of the community are going about their lives and sending their kids to schools. You're on point, and you're leading the change.
To start, I guess comment too, I did read that Tom Horn is changing the letter grading, how it's going to be harder to achieve an A, especially for districts with failing test scores, because before it was easier, like you could do poorly on your test scores and still be an A or a B school, and they said that they would have changes by September.
They will need to get those approved by the state board, another board. It's so funny, we're talking about this superintendent of public instruction in Arizona, and it's an elected position, it's one of the 5 statewide, but the relationship is kind of similar. The superintendent of public instruction oversees the Arizona Department of Ed, and is a member of, it's a little different, he's a member of the State Board of Ed, but the State Board of Ed would have to approve that kind of change. He can't just launch it himself. Superintendent can recommend, the board must approve.
I don't sound agendized, can I clarify that a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
So I just want to make sure we're...
Well, this is
It was about student achievement.
Yeah, so the current model focuses much heavier on growth.
Yeah.
Which if you ask 100 educators, you're probably going to get 99 people who say that's the appropriate measure to measure student achievement. Of course, people who are not educators want what we call proficiency. Did you pass or not? So so for this upcoming school year's letter grades, it will remain the same system we've had. What we're hearing is for next year, though, it'll change, and the shift in the model is going to go less focus on growth and more focus on proficiency. So school districts like us who rely heavily on growth points to boost our letter grade are going to probably see a decline in our school letter grades, and those school districts who have a great deal of high proficiency and usually low growth will see increases in their letter grades.
Which is typically the more affluent areas.
Is mostly those areas that have 10% or less free and reduced school lunch. So we will continue to advocate for what we believe is the best indicator of student achievement. But as with these, but a lot of times the views of the educators are ignored. And
What do you think, though, that the board will go along with that?
from what every indication that I've been following along, I actually have a meeting, I think next week on it actually, to get, probably might give a little bit of an update after that meeting I have next week.
And being measured by proficiency, not strength.
Not growth. It will still be both, because currently they're both considered in the model. Growth is weighted more heavily. That's going to change. So proficiency, like for example, Winners Well, like I said, I don't want to steal any thunder from upcoming presentations, but they're right on the cusp of being a B or an A. It could go either way right now. They get 50 out of 50 growth points. But their proficiency is not, they don't have 80% of their kids passing the test. They're getting a high letter grade because of growth. That model is going to change. So districts and schools around the state who get a B or an A because they have a high amount of student growth are essentially going to be probably knocked down to C's and D's because now the model is going to focus more on proficiency than it does on growth.
It's kind of like a formula, there's different inputs, and part of it is just how good they do on the test scores, but also how much they grew from for those points that you get for growth. And I always argue is, if we can take a kid that's at a third grade reading level and get them up to a fifth grade in 1 year, that should be a plus. If we take a third grade reader and get them up to fourth grade, it's like, that's nice, but
And that if you kid at a third grade reading level, we got them up to a fifth grade level, and they're an eighth grader, we're not going to get the recognition for that now because they're not at an eighth grade level. And it's going to,
So that'll hurt.
it'll be interesting, to say the least.
So is it, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, so then, on the flip side of that, so then you'll have schools, not always, but many times in affluent areas where the kids are already coming in at 80%.
Right.
And they get to 81,
And they're an A.
they're in high school, and they grew them 1%, and we've done, 2 grade levels, but, so that's the challenge.
It is the politics of student achievement. It's really interesting. Student achievement, as you all described your purpose for being on the governing board, you are value-based. Creating opportunities, the equalizer. And then, unfortunately, public education, a very important issue to so many people in Arizona, and the biggest expenditure in the general fund in Arizona, so people develop a lot of opinions. It gets politicized by agenda into this. And even if it's a philosophical difference about what really constitutes student achievement, to bring it back here to your context, there are questions a board member might ask. For instance, what's the difference between growth and proficiency? I feel like I would like to see that discussed a little bit so I make sure I'm on the same page and I just even know what these basic terms are. So to this descriptor, and another one that's coming about data, being data savvy, there are appropriate questions to ask, and that's not a question of operations, that's a question that would inform your ability to set policy in Saddle Mountain. So these are very relevant discussions.
Piggyback on that for a second.
Yes, please.
and I was, if we should take a vote, but just, I was curious about y'all's perception versus mine, and my perception is that our board, in my tenure, has focused primarily on, not operations, on policies.
Yeah, so we call it oversight.
Oversight, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And not operations, and I do think it's appropriate so that you can be an effective governor to ask questions, which might be about operations, but that informs your ability to provide oversight. And I compare to some of the stories I hear from my colleagues, and I'm appreciative of that, and I hope that trend continues.
Because you can't take it for granted. There are boards with members that want to dive into the weeds on every single subject. And notice that while the question is a dichotomy, do I spend my time on oversight or operations? Obviously, you're going to be spending time on both to some degrees. The better question is really in the descriptor itself, spending less time on operational issues and more time focused on policies. But it's never going to be one completely and not the other. Yes.
So can we ask the superintendent how we achieved what did we do as a school district to bring that grade, whatever, up?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a great inquiry.
I would say, you can ask the superintendent anything, he might not answer it.
Good. I'm going to get to number 4 here, but let's take a break. I owe you a break. Number 4, effective school boards have a collaborative relationship with staff and the community, and we've talked about how that can happen in public meetings and receiving input, and establish a strong communications structure to inform and engage both internal, and it's a long one, and external stakeholders in setting and achieving district goals. There's a lot going on with this one. First, we've got a collaborative relationship with the staff and the community. We don't just have communication, we have a communication structure. Are there ways that Saddle Mountain is sending information out and sensing where the public is, the community is on certain issues? And to what extent is that structured? To get to both internal and external stakeholders. What's an example of an internal stakeholder? Teaching, professionals. For example, maintenance, are maintenance and operations folks important in Arizona? Mm-hmm. Yeah, try holding school, it's 105 degrees out, and it's 92 degrees in. Mm-hmm. Because our ventilation was shut down from time to time in the high school where I taught. I lost those kids right after lunch when the temperature inside was approaching the temperature outside. So you bet, who's an external stakeholder?
Businesses, community, like people without children in our district.
Yeah, yes, not just the ones with, but the ones in the community.
I would say that's an opportunity that we're actively engaged in doing better in, but like bringing them in, we're actively pursuing that right now. I would say we're improving, but it's still an opportunity.
Sure. And there's a guy that works in education recruitment and retention down at the Department of Ed, I'm good friends with, and he likes to say, is it intentional or well-intended? Intentional means there's a structure, there's a system, you're very deliberate about how communication goes out. It's nice when things are well-intended, but that doesn't mean that they're intentional, actually designed. Another thing boards can do is review. What is our communication plan? How many, what contact do we make and that kind of thing. These inquiries, do we have a clear communication structure? Do we follow consistently policies? These are references to the ASBA policy booklet, BHC and BHD. All right. As I said, I owe you a break. I've got 151 here, so why don't we do a standing break or take care of whatever needs you have and come back in, say, 10 minutes. That sounds all right.
Melissa, I didn't notice she was not. That's on us.
I'll say everything I just said all over again. Right. So, the way we connected this to the other descriptor was knowing what kind of data, having discussions among your board members, what is the kind of data that would show this? I want to know this, what kind of data would show that, and then allowing some sufficient preparation and notice for that data to be compiled. It's not always easy. A lot of times the data exists in 20 or 30 different places and it has to be compiled, and you have capable people who can do that, but they need time to do it and present it in the most effective way possible. Do we monitor data regularly? I am guessing you do. I am guessing Saddle Mountain monitors some data because it's required by law, and it's very difficult to operate without doing so. Then we get into areas of data. Financial data, compliance data, student achievement data, student well-being data, the teacher workforce data, education support professional turnover. Staffing turnover is a huge issue in Arizona and frankly many states. So what are our patterns? Are we retaining elementary teachers but we can't keep science teachers? Are we seeing a fall off after the third year and all of a sudden we're hiring a lot of teachers, keeping them the first 3 years, where are they going? And there are districts that are just absolutely trying to understand those patterns. Strength, opportunity.
I would say it's a strength. I know I've asked for data before, and like especially on like work orders and stuff like that, and Dr. Winters is able to get that to us.
Now and then we'll hear a board member in between breakout sessions express frustration, say we asked for the data, but it doesn't seem to come. So that's part of that collaborative, transparent relationship that you can work on. And sometimes as a board member, you won't know exactly the data you want, but you know what you want to see and understand. So that's direction. And then how do we use it? How do we use that data? Effective school boards align and sustain resources. Okay, so we're looking at data here, and then we're making decisions about how to align resources in number 6. People, time, and money are 3 huge areas of resources. And to some degree or another, they can always be in short supply. Align and sustain resources such as professional development to meet district goals. There are a number of alternative pathways now for teachers to become certificated in Arizona. We have tons of pathways. There are opt-outs of testing requirements, there are fast-track programs, there are 6-week boot camps, there are programs that look at veterans and all their contributions that they've made and want to help them come into teaching if that's what they want to do. And Texas went through this between 1994 and 2004. They created so many alternative programs that administrators could no longer say with certainty that the people they were hiring to bring in brand new had all the expertise they needed to be effective in the classroom. Arizona has gone through that to a degree, and administrators now have to design professional learning programs for new teachers for things that used to be taught in full college programs. That's a resource issue, because if we're doing that at Saddle Mountain, then we can't necessarily do something else. If we're spending money in that area, then that's money that we can only spend once and we can't expend somewhere else. So it's an intricate system of needs and resources. Boards will have discussions about aligning the resources to meet the district goals that you also identified. Any thoughts on this?
Andrew, my first year, I don't remember who said it, but I was like trying to give credit, I don't remember who said it to me, but they told me, you're no longer in the teacher support business, you're now in the teacher preparation business.
I think that's absolutely.
And it's really, as you, with all of those, that is borne out. Our workforce today does not look like it did 10, 15 years ago. It's much, much different.
And because they don't stay as long, because we know this from data, teachers simply, not as many of them are staying as long. That means the administration is having to retrain and retrain and retrain is a larger part of their efforts at the beginning of the year. So not only are they having to go deeper into professional learning, they're having to train more people than we used to.
There was one year where, I think it was Patty, she had to create, or they were having teachers teach teachers how to do their lesson plans and all of that, and so I know that lasted for a school year and then it went away with, but that was a program that was implemented to help teach teachers to teach.
And that's as far as the hiring a qualified, capable educator to put in one of your classrooms, and then there's retaining that person. Once you identify that this is a really good teacher. Well, this is a teacher in the second year. They don't know everything yet, but boy, they show signs that they're going to be good. We want to develop and keep this teacher. Those are resource issues. So the personnel, but they're also resources. So how do we fulfill our budgetary oversight to ensure alignment of resources? This begs questions to board members and the superintendent about, what will our review process be? What will our budget formation be? What will be there are certain statutory requirements for reporting and forming the budgets, and the budget process is to some degree locked in by statute, but there are always opportunities for discussion, the identification of priorities and then the alignment of resources.
One of the strengths I think the district has, and I've seen board meetings in several districts, is this is a district I've seen where there's a monthly report on the budget. Like, there are other districts I've been where that's not part of the agenda every month.
I've been in recent contact with some districts where that's not the practice.
Well, the student activity fund.
Well, I'm talking about an agendized.
Budget report?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is in every, I would assume, because it's a requirement, is in every consent agenda, but I'm actually, it's an information, in some months it's more in depth than others, but at least every month there's an opportunity for the public to see, this is our budget to start the year, this is how much we've spent thus far. That's not a universal practice. It was new to me coming here, but I think it's a strength.
It's all right.
That's not to be taken for granted. That is certainly not a uniform practice. There are a lot of districts that would probably like that kind of access. So again, what's the governing board role? You approve the budget. You are statutorily required to approve a budget. There's a review. There sometimes are revisions made to budgets that have to be done in accordance with law. And then there's the inquiry. Is our budget effective? Are we directing resources to the priorities that we have set forth? Number 7, effective school boards lead as a united team with the superintendent, each from their respective roles, with strong collaboration and mutual trust. And trust, another one of those words like transparency or accountability, it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Communication is a tool of building trust. Consistency helps foster trust. Knowing and agreeing to commitments, and then honoring commitments, which is why we're going to talk about some communication agreements before we are done today. All these are tools that foster trust. Trust doesn't just happen. It would be nice if everybody was born with an equal capacity for building trust and demonstrating trust, but we're not. We have to really think about trust as probably one of the most important currencies of leadership in the education system. Do we know the roles of the board, the superintendent, the governance team? That's why we spend so much time showing those differences that are interdependent. You are interdependent with the superintendent and the operational team in the district. But that's why we front load so much of the discussion of the role of the board, the functions of the board, and then the role of the superintendent as complementary of each other.
Let's go back to trust and discuss, to me, trust is, if I say I'm going to do something, I'll do it.
Yes.
Or if I tell you something's black, it's black. I truly believe it's black.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I have to think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can trust that when you receive information from the superintendent, that is accurate, well-intended, and it's the product of the best effort to give you verifiable, valid information.
If I trust somebody, I don't have to be in the room to see what they're doing to know what they're doing. We always say trust but verify, and obviously there are things that you're statutorily required to verify. So it can't just be all about goodwill. But when I've got a trusting relationship, one of the things I love about the trusting relationships I have with certain people is I can hear something about something that's attributed to them, and I can say, you know, that just doesn't sound like that person. Tell me more. And eventually, I start finding out more about the person who's telling me the story than I do about the person I'm supposed to suddenly be thinking about. So person B is still in my ear about person A, but I know person A, and I am pleased to trust person A. And I can say to that other person, boy, that just doesn't sound like my experience. That's just, can you say more about that? And also you start getting the big picture. So trust is it's like a muscle. It needs to be exercised.
So sometimes I tend to go further than the initial question. And it's not because I'm trusting individuals. It's because, well, how come we don't do that? Well, how, you know, if that can happen, why can't this happen? So it's not trust because I trust that person.
Yeah.
I think sometimes I push it to the edge and just in trying to get more information on what's happening.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's.
Where does it come from? When you're doing that, and I really appreciate your honesty and your transparency, when you find yourself pushing, okay, you answer this question, but how come, where do you suppose that's coming from?
It's my nature.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's my nature. And one of the things that I'm very concerned about is people knowing who the board is. Because we did have a survey that said the community in the district did not know who the board members were.
Yeah.
And so I think that's important because they need to know a role and they need to know who we are. And so I'm always thinking of ways that we can help not elevate the board, but have people know more about the board and what we do.
Even at the beginning of the day, one of the first times you spoke today, you said, I feel like sometimes these questions have to be asked, even if I know the information, because I think it's important for the public to hear those questions asked. Remember, we talked about that. You have an education background. You've been on other school boards. You, in fact, were the president of an association of school boards. You've got a lot of experience with education. Some of the questions you're asking may very well be informed by things you've seen in the past, and you've seen other systems at work. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, but it bears repeating. That is the baggage, and baggage is a neutral term. I don't mean that negatively at all. But that baggage is like a lens through which you see Saddle Mountain. And so a couple things you can do. Be very clear about your intent when you're asking those questions. Even if you think Dr. Winters knows why, or another board member, say, this is what I'm trying to figure out. And even if you think you said it before, say it again, so that they know where your heart is behind those questions. Another thing, think about the timing. If these are operational questions and they're going deep in that direction, then advance notice at a time or a moment where Dr. Winters has the time to actually address those things. Or put forth a couple of the questions and give time for the responses. And then you do eventually have to say to yourself, all right, I'm a board member. Am I in my role? Am I operating in my role? But I appreciate you being willing to unpack that. You know, we're all mysteries to each other a little bit until we start talking with each other. Right? Other thoughts? Collaborative relationship of mutual trust.
I think over time that was something I continue to work on, because when I first came in, obviously I thought I knew from my couch like how things should run, and I came in with a different perspective than I have now, but I had to learn that it was not what I was saying, but how I was saying it.
Oh, very true, very true. And we'll talk about that a little bit in communication. I'm actually going to show you some, I'm going to take that pyramid a little bit later on, that pyramid, those levels, and I'm going to show you how different the language sounds at each of those levels and how you can use that to your advantage when you're talking to people and there's some conflict and disagreement. So we'll talk about that a little bit in communication. Thank you. Effective school boards take part in team development and training, and sometimes with their superintendents, to build shared knowledge. I wish it said understanding, we need to put that word in there. Shared knowledge. In this case, the roles, various roles, shared values, so that you each know what's important to the other folks on the board and to your superintendent and team. And sometimes with commitments for their improvement efforts. It's not, I want to be careful about if I say this and it's accurate, so maybe you can keep me honest. I don't believe it's required for a board to engage in a self-evaluation, but many boards do.
Yeah.
And they do it, we have an instrument that can be used to that effect, and it's a survey that everybody takes, and it helps identify areas of strength and areas of opportunities. The conferences that we hold at ASBA, the breakout sessions, this is an opportunity to grow together and come to understand each other better. And the research says that when boards do this deliberately, again, intentionally and well-intended, the effectiveness of that board goes up. And I really like the honesty about, I've made a lot of decisions on my couch too, about how things ought to be. And then I got involved in the system and I realized, maybe we check some of those.
There's a lot more to it,
Yeah.
than from your couch.
The board does do a self-evaluation, and our board's gotten a couple of awards in just in my time for the amount of PD hours through it.
That's great. Make a name for yourself.
And they've had, not just on my, for a little over 4 years now, but they've had more before that too. So.
That's wonderful. Yeah, showing us being his boss, we can use the education ourselves. Does our board participate in professional development, leadership training consistently? And we're one of the ways you can do that. Hard lessons now, hard lessons. As the hardest lesson, two hard lessons I've learned in leadership. And you know how you learn these things? You make mistakes that you wish you hadn't made, and then you learn. When they say wisdom is the knowledge we gain by going through the things we wish we'd been smart enough to avoid. There's a certain kind of knowledge that just comes, and we call that wisdom. The one that I learned was, I could be talking to somebody, telling me an account of something, and they swore on every Bible they could stand on that they were giving me the absolute 100% truth. And I would find out in the next conversation, whether intentionally or not, just the way they told the story or something, they were leaving things out, they were embellishing, they were exaggerating, there was distortion there. It is so difficult to get an absolute factual account out of somebody who doesn't have a formal reason to give that to you. Your superintendent, and you talked to this at the break, you have a commitment to give valid, authentic, and accurate information. It's consistent with your character, but it's also consistent with your formal role. When somebody comes up to you and says, let me tell you what happened at the football game, you're never going to believe this. They have no formal commitment to tell you that level of veracity. They're telling you a story. And yet it will seem like they're a reporter on scene and they caught every fact. And it's just not the way. That's one lesson. And the second one I already shared with you, there's nothing like serving in an authority role to learn true humility about how you do that role. It's just, so hard lessons. You must find a way to hear from the whole community and not just those people in your bubble. Now, only you know what your bubble is. Your good friends out here, people you work with, the people you see on a regular basis, or sometimes the bubble is the people who agree with you. See things the way you do. But now that you're, well, not now, many of you have experienced it, you've been a board member for a number of years, so you may have found a way to pierce that bubble and accept and pursue and consider the perspectives and opinions that differ from your own.
Steve Montenegro was a legislator in Arizona, and when I was knocking heads with him repeatedly, he called me one day and invited me to lunch. Now, I did not get along well with Steve on a formal level. We saw public education very differently, we had very different political agendas. It was one of those delightful lunches I've ever had. And he initiated it. I couldn't even take credit for it. So he got inside my bubble. I never saw him the same way after that. I couldn't just reduce him to his political agenda anymore because we talked about our families and we talked about kids and what's important to us. I hated that. Here I had this nice, neat definition of somebody that I opposed, and I had him in a vessel. I had him right here. I could fit his entire character in my hand, and he wouldn't blow apart. And I had to see him as a whole human being now. That bubble works both ways. It protects us, but it also forms a barrier. So that's a hard lesson to learn. That's where that humility comes in. I had to admit, Steve, we wouldn't have had lunch if you hadn't called me. Recognizing the board's job is to set policy, and the superintendent's job is to administer and implement policy. But there's a pretty good ethos in the room for that, I think. Accepting that your viewpoint may not be shared by other board members, and yet just have to live with that. Again, healthy, respectful debate. You feel like you know where people are coming from, so when you leave the boardroom, somebody says, what happened? You were supposed to deliver this. You can say that, there were a lot of perspectives and a lot of opinions, and ultimately this is what guided our decision. But it's tough, especially when it's a passionate issue. And please feel free to jump in on this, I like body language. I see somebody laughing, I want to know what are you remembering something at one time, or?
Oh, just district funding.
District funding? Yeah. Yeah, remember, everybody's got priorities. Learning about school district funding and inability to control revenue. It's tough. It's so complicated. We ran a 6-part budget boot camp in ASMA between like about February and maybe April. We brought an expert in school finance, and it was an online thing. We did these Zoom meetings, anybody could tune in, but she divided budgetary stuff into 6 different sessions. Did you go to that? Yeah. So in some of it, yeah. I mean, it's complicated. It's really hard.
Well, I like to say it's not complicated, it's complex. Because there's all these little boxes, and you have to keep them all separate.
And don't you love the funds that can only be used for certain things, and if a fund comes from this federal direction, you can't just take the money and put it over here.
It's in this box, and it's used for this purpose and only this purpose.
And do you think the public understands that?
No.
You've been doing this for years. You have a greater knowledge of the way budgets operate. You have a greater knowledge, Member Blackson, than probably out of the 90 legislators down there in the cabinet. You probably have a greater understanding, I would joke, than probably 88 of them. Because some of them have served on school boards and then they've run, so they have to do a lot of the same work. And yet they're making big decisions down there.
So, I will leave the elected officials' names out, but some high-level elected officials are being taught by me and my executive director for business services how school finance in Arizona works and how their decisions are impacting us. So we've gotten elected and they don't have an understanding of it, and they're now leading. They don't. And I was talking about if I had a magic wand, I would go like this, and every single person in Arizona would understand Arizona school finance. It would solve so many of our problems.
You're going to need a wall besides a sequoia redwood.
Yeah.
Very true, very true. And that's why we talk about advocacy. Remember that sometimes advocacy is informal, just clarifying and educating people so they have at least a working body of knowledge. Hard lesson, understanding that you have no individual power, you ran for the board to get things done. We've talked about this. You know that the powers in the forum, an official public meeting, and posted it. And realizing the old saying that our 3 sides to every story is true when it comes to resolving concerns and complaints. When you take a concern to the superintendent, remember, as I was telling you in my own personal story, because I think there was a time in my life when I believed everything anybody would tell me about something that had happened to them, and boy, did I have to learn the hard way, that you're probably going to get partially true information. There's going to be some kernels of truth to what you're being told. But then, that's why you bring it to the superintendent to investigate. Because otherwise, you're putting yourself in a position to make a judgment right then that you probably cannot make. It's sometimes hard to see that the work I do makes a difference. Well, folks, I've been in education in Arizona for 38 years, and the work you do makes a difference. You can believe that. It won't feel like it all the time. I didn't feel successful all the time in my classroom in 17 years of teaching, but the work you do, the work that you have volunteered to run and you agreed to do makes a huge difference for students and families and the future.
And I caught myself feeling like we're just doing the same, fighting the same battles over and over again. And I finally accommodated it by realizing it's like doing dishes. You know, I did dishes yesterday, why are they dirty again?
That's a great analogy. By the way, I'm going to tell you something, this is not part of the agenda. I can teach you how to steal somebody else's quote in 3 easy moves. Here's how you do it. Here's how you do it. First time you quote somebody, you say, you know, it's like Paul Loretto said one time, doing governing board work is like washing the dishes. You do it one day, but you got to keep doing it every day. That's what Paul said. I always think of that. Next time you go to quote and you say, you know, it's like people say, being on the governing board is like doing the dishes. And the third time you say, yeah, it's like I always say. And you can take anybody else's quote in 3 quick moves. I like that.
That's funny.
It does make a difference. You have a very important role. It's just, you don't get the benefit of feeling that and seeing it equally, but it does. It's like throwing a rock in a pond. You don't see where the ripples go and how far away they go on the other side. All right. Thoughts, reflections so far? Because this is gonna be a little bit more tangible now. We're actually, at some point in this, we're gonna actually record some notes. I'm going to sit down and ask you some questions, and I'm going to start scribing some notes, and others can too. And then when I do them, I'll take them home, type them up, and anybody else type them up and get them back to you. But for now, just some things in general about communication. So, on those 8 characteristics, is there one you want to go back to before we move on? All right. This begins fairly generally. You have to remember that we use this resource as a way of making sure everybody's on the same page about communication, because most people think of communication as talking. They don't think about the balance of listening. And then if they don't think about that, then they're really not thinking about the layers of listening. There's so many different ways to hear people. So back to this pyramid, you saw this, so I won't labor the point, but there, not only are these different levels of decisions, but one of the things Daniel Kim said was, these also represent how people hear an idea, a proposal, especially a change. Sometimes when you have an audience or you're weighing in on a decision, you'll find people that the first thing they do is they filter that issue that's being discussed through their sense of mission and vision. They go right to purpose. Why are we doing this? How does it fit in? Is it taking Saddle Mountain where we want it to go? Or they'll do it to their personal mission. We saw an example of this all the way back in the year 2000, after No Child Left Behind was passed. And No Child Left Behind redefined what it was to be an effective teacher. There have been several things that happened. This was a real seismic shift. And suddenly, successful schools were those that made adequate yearly progress with a certain number of students achieving and growing against set marks. You had to set numerical goals for your students each year. And if you didn't, your students would be labeled failing. That had never happened before. There had never been an attempt in American history to rate schools by 100% of student proficiency. And some decisions that happened between 2000 and about 2005 or 6 to put that into effect in schools redefined teaching. So you had a moment in American teaching where teachers were developed
in ed prep programs in colleges to do one thing: come in, interpret curriculum and standards, invent your own learning environment. What I was doing in my classroom might look different than what the teacher next to me was doing with the same content area. But it was, there wasn't this stringent adherence. All of a sudden, we had teachers saying, I don't even recognize my profession anymore, and they left. Because their idea of their mission as a teacher was being redefined, and they weren't part of it. At the same time, you had a lot of teachers go, look, just tell me what I'm supposed to do. We're changing what? What are we doing? What's the bottom line? And we see this a lot now. And it's not just teachers, it's you, it's me. When I hear a proposal or an idea, I am filtering that through all these different levels. What am I going to have to do? Well, I'd ask myself this when I came to ASBA. There were all sorts of things that I was going to do differently than I had done in previous jobs. What was ASBA's purpose? Was I going to fit in? So we do this on an individual basis, and we do it on an organizational basis. And what we have to remember is, when your audience, when you're up here discussing a proposed idea, the people in the room are hearing it on different frequencies. Some are up there at the top saying, what's going to change? How's my work going to change? Some are down here going, wait a minute, what does this say for who we are and what we're doing for students? And as leaders, we can't see into the minds of people. So sometimes what sounds like pushback and disagreement is actually an attempt on somebody's part to understand what's being proposed in a way that makes sense to them. They have to fit it in. Thoughts? Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things we have to do, is communicate why. Why are we doing this? Because nobody's going to buy into it if you don't explain to them why we're doing this, and you're not just tapping into it.
It's gospel. It's true. That is the truth. Connect things to the why. Leaders who connect strategies, and you can't do it every time, you can't do it every minute, because you make two. Even though this pyramid is shaped the way it is, really, this ought to be the broadest level. It ought to go from one side of the screen to the other, because there are so many tactics and so many actions. The pyramid could be inverted to show just how big that is, whereas usually we only have 2 or 3 or maybe 4 core values. But connecting to the why is critical, especially in key moments on key decisions. I could not have paid you to make a segue better than that. Listen to how the language changes. When you're operating as the board and you're setting the direction of Saddle Mountain, you're saying, look, our purpose is, we exist for a reason. And so since we do, we're striving, here's where we're taking the Saddle Mountain community. Here's where we're taking the Saddle Mountain district. We're working toward this. And if we're going to do that, now we're at the goal level. If we're going to get here, now we have to start making this real. We're going to have to start dividing our efforts up into some mobile goals. Because you can't just work on this. You make this real by devising plans and systems. So if we want to get here, this is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to do it academically. We're going to have to do it behaviorally. We're going to have facilities and resources. Students have to be safe, and not just the students. Anybody that comes out of the campus has a reasonable expectation of being safe. Now, we cross the line into the operations. Well, if we're going here, then here's what we're going to have to build. Now we have to start prioritizing plans. You may approve those plans, you're probably not going to be writing them. In fact, you really shouldn't be. They should be brought to you as recommendations, and you should ask questions about them. And if we're doing this, then we need to become more and more specific. So for instance, the strategy is we need a robust assessment system for our students that tells our teachers if they're learning. That needs to be day-to-day and ongoing. We call that formative. And because of state laws and other requirements, we're going to have some end-of-the-year testing that allows us to track data on who's mastering. We talked about the growth and the proficiency. Okay, so that's a strategy. We have to have a robust assessment system. And we're going to write district assessments that allow us to get formative data and track progress. But we're also going to have to do a testing schedule to comply with the state requirements at certain grade levels. Now we're really in the nitty-gritty. And it was all because of mission and vision and some goals outlined relevant to academic education for students because you believe that's what students need. So the language changes. Go ahead. Yeah.
Don't our goals have to be measurable?
Well, there's a lot of, there certainly are things called SMART goals, and the M in SMART as an acronym is measurable. That's absolutely right. It's interesting, some organizations will say, well, the goals can be a little broader, but the objectives have got to be SMART. At some point, you have to translate to measurable indicators. There are some organizations that will lay out a plan, a strategic plan, and for each strategy, they'll have what's called success indicators. And that is X percent has attained this goal by the end of the year. But yeah, at a certain point, at some level, and it varies a little bit, there needs to be measurement, or you can't track progress. So let's apply this to a real-time situation and see how that language changes. This could happen easily. A parent meets you after a board meeting, and, as is too often the case, they look like they're not very happy about something. They say, well, why'd you vote to approve that spring testing schedule? My God, we test our kids enough already. My kid is not just a test score. I want my student learning, I don't want to learn how to take tests. We test them too much. And the stress, she's crying. Sometimes my kid comes in, he's so upset about a test, he has to take he can't focus on his homework or whatever else. Could you just say, I'm glad you asked that question. One of our core values is academic excellence. Thanks for bringing me your concern. Is that going to do it?
No,
Not at all. Why?
it's gonna get them angry. You didn't even,
What's the frustration? What's going to frustrate them about that?
that you totally ignored everything they just said about the student.
Yeah, you gave him a cut answer. It was like you rehearsed it, memorized it.
Or like my husband says, you're speaking like a politician.
Oh, does he catch you?
Yeah, or if you don't explain more
Right.
and actually see him.
What might that look like? What about, one of our core values is the pursuit of excellence, or, our mission is, or vision is everyone learns every day. All right. If I was in a kind of a test union, I might be, and so, well, the thing is, you're right. I did vote to approve that testing calendar. You're right, that was my vote, and I hear your concern. Again, I was on a acknowledged concern.
Well, the other thing you did say is the vote is on record, so they're going to know how to vote.
Yeah.
But if you said, the board voted to do this, and even if I didn't vote for it, I have to follow what the board says, and I have to support that.
And I think you do yourself well, and you do your board well to say, look, this was the vote that was taken. It can come out differently, but the gist is, this is the vote that was taken, and here are the reasons. And, I support the decision that the board comes to, even when it's difficult. You might say, we follow the state testing statutes, which actually right now require that kind of testing in 5th grade. Given that that's the law, we have to come up with a calendar of some kind. So we've tried to reduce our testing days. Now, why is that one in 2 different colors?
Because the superintendent is, the strategy for reducing our testing days, and it's up to the board to assess if the learning is happening.
I love the rules, Tony. You're doing exactly what you should be doing. First of all, you're trying to find the board role in all of this. You may not be there yet, but that's a great pursuit. And you hit at it. You were so close. We've tried to reduce our testing days is a tactical decision. Let's cut down the number of days of testing. That probably wouldn't be your decision, but you might say, I'm hearing an awful lot of concerns about how many days we spend testing, and that would be a kind of a strategic consideration to the district. But assessing student learning is an important part of instruction. Now you're the board member saying, well, in this district, we do believe that assessment is a function of instruction. I mean, we've had that explained and otherwise, and so you're on the fence, you're tactical, but you're also trying to get that person to make some connections. Remember what I said? A leader is someone others follow to a place they wouldn't go by themselves. Right now, you're not taking somebody around Saddle Mountain, you're taking them through a series of decisions so that this makes sense to them. We've got to have our teachers focus on teaching well and supporting students and making sure they're learning. Now we're coming down. Interestingly, what Daniel Kim said was, if you run into disagreement on one level of this pyramid, it's our natural reaction sometimes to stay on that level and duke it out. But we just come to loggerheads then. We don't get anywhere. What he said was, drop down a level. Person's disagreeing with the tactic, fine. Take him to the strategic level and explain, which is what you were trying to do, the rationale for the decision. You're getting them to see a bigger picture, but you're doing it one step at a time. Our teachers have to be focused on teaching well, and we've got to make sure students are learning. So assessment is part of that. And you can go up or down.
Because I was saying that the superintendent or the principal's evaluations of the teachers would tell us.
Yeah, and it's a part of that evaluation, and a part of sound instruction is to be able to tell whether students are learning. So we're working at schools in which all of our students are learning to be the best, and learning to the best of their abilities. And if you start to go back up, you can see the trace, and instruction is part of that, and assessment is part of instruction. And after all, we are here to educate students and equip them for success. We believe that every student should learn every day. And this is the way we outline that into a plan. And we can go the other way too, sometimes. And this is your personal communication style. How you take people through these levels depends on the issue, depends on your familiarity with the issue, and it could depend on the moment. It also could depend on who you're talking to. We're here to educate students because we're building schools where every student learns every day, and that's where we're going with this district. This is when I've changed the focus just a little bit, but notice what happens as a governing board member. So far, these are all statements. We're mission-oriented, vision-oriented, and now we just put a goal. And we're going to support and develop our teachers' abilities if we want them to be the best and stay with us. That's a goal. Build up the capacity of our instructional staff. But notice what happens. As a board member, you're not crossing over into operations with statements, planning, and implementation. That's the job of the workforce under the superintendent. You're starting to ask questions. You're going for understanding now. This is how you avoid micromanagement. You can actually plot micromanagement on this graph. You can understand how it works. When somebody who's authority now, decision-making is here, and somebody leaps up and wants that authority to jump all the way to the tactical, that's micromanagement. But when you simply ask about the systems that are in place, it's not micromanagement. It's inquiry. You don't do this unannounced to your superintendent and say, by the way, I'm coming to a meeting that starts in an hour and a half and I'm going to ask about this. That's surprise, not support. But these are all very reasonable questions. And that's how we stay on our level of the pyramid, but we become informed about what's in place. Thoughts? Make sense? Resonate? So not only can you use this to help people draw connections that they may not be able to make, you can also figure out where your role is in a given issue. Listening to pitfalls. We've all been there. I can't tell you the number of times I found myself thinking about what I was going to say next to somebody when I should have been listening to what they were trying to tell me. Hearing the first part, assuming you know where somebody's going. I'm a Leo. If you know anything about Leos, we have problems. My wife is an Aries. She had a lion versus a goat. And we have had to practice 30 years of wonderful marriage. She's a very patient person. But we have really had to work on our communication patterns because we're both very quick and we get into discussions and think we know what the other person's going to say. And that's at home. Bias listening, prejudging the topic, source, or speaker. This is a real common trap. You know something about the person speaking to you, you've seen them in action before, and you start to say, oh, that's so-and-so, he always does this. Every time we start talking about this issue. And the problem is, you could end up wearing that on your face.
different people have different body language, but the other thing is your mind will shut down, and you won't be able to exercise your same listening role as you would probably like it to. Offensive listening.
We say that their faces have subtitles.
Their faces have subtitles, yeah.
I'll mention the names.
This is so bad. The first time I ran for office, the first time I decided to run for ADA treasurer, I was announcing this to people that I really respected, who'd been in the organization a long time, and I went to this one woman and I said, I'm going to run for treasurer, and she said, without even a blink, she goes, well, you won't win. Which is not exactly what you want to hear when you're announcing your campaign intents. Go get them. I'm on board, Andrew, you're the one. She said, you're not going to win. You have this terrible look on your face all the time, and people think you're mad at them everywhere you go. And I had to learn how to break that. When I thought I was just sitting in the meeting listening to people, like, oh, here's what my face does when I'm listening. This is not a good face. This is not a good face for getting people to vote for you and have confidence in you. So I had to learn how to sit in a meeting and look friendly. And then, of course, it was worse when I was, we would talk about heated issues, and it was a campaign, and people challenging you on your beliefs and things, and you gotta learn how to look. I have a terrible habit, I still do.
So I watch board meetings online. So
Do you?
Yeah.
They're kind of entertaining sometimes, aren't they? You have a very nice smile, too, so, I got this scowl right here, and it's just awful. Look at my face was carved out of wood. So I look like I'm doing some of these things, but I'm really not. I really am trying to listen. Listen for anything that can be used against another person. Ambush listening. So these are some of the pitfalls. Whereas we do better with reflection. You know how when you're listening to somebody in your elected role, you're in your official role, and you're listening to them, but you're also thinking about your role at the same time. It's like your brain divides. What concerns do they have? What do they want to see happen? Here's an interesting one that flip back. Try to figure out where they're speaking. Are they in a tactical mode? Is what they're saying, because they're questioning vision and mission. Try to figure out where they are on this pyramid, and as you're going to respond, where do you want to take them? Where do you want to take them? Do you want to take them down, find agreement, and then walk them back up to the decision? That can be very effective. So you catch them here, they don't like what's happening here, and say, well, let me tell you about the goal that's driving this. When you come down a ways, it's rare to find disagreement here. It's really rare to find a lot of disagreement on core values, mission, and vision. Most people, and by most, I mean like 90% of the people you talk to, they're going to agree with you here. So you're getting them to walk with you back up to the decision. By listening respectfully and trying to diagnose, okay, what are they really saying? Summarizing, very hard. I actually went through a workshop one time where we square off in pairs, and we would listen to each other talk, and then we had to restate back what was said. And I gotta tell you, it's not easy.
It'd be a good exercise.
It's your mind, you think you're listening, and your mind is, okay, I'm really listening, I really listen to this person. Shoot, now I can't remember what they say because I was focused on listening. It's tough. How do you feel? The first ones are about the person talking to you. The bottom set is what's happening inside you. Sometimes we think that it's the other person's got the problem. I'm being perfectly reasonable. I'm upholding my role. Well, is that actually what's going on inside? So just some considerations, avoid making accusations or minimizing the thoughts of others. These are big, complex issues. I told you about my nightmare story with my body language, my facial expression. At Mountain View High School in Moreno, where I did most of my teaching, we had the Crossed Arm Brigade. And the Crossed Arm Brigade were the back 2 rows of a staff meeting. And all the coaches and all the veterans that have been there 700 years would listen to the staff meeting like this. And you could just tell. They were not doing this. Fill me with ideas, give me new information, give me new research. Wait 5 minutes, don't change your mind, just wait it out. Just do what you've been doing, don't worry about it. It's going to go away. They'll do something else next. The Crossed Arm Brigade. Oh, they're cold. Maybe. Those were pretty big dudes.
Minutes, so they're like this.
I just think it's comfortable.
Well, get comfortable not doing that. You as the superintendent cannot sit through a board meeting like this. That's right, that's exactly what it communicates. Yeah, that's exactly, tone of voice, oh, tone of voice. Restating that the validating, if the first thing comes out of is thank you for your comment, or I'm glad you brought this up. If you can do anything like that, it actually physiologically puts you in a better mood. Also, unclench your jaw. A lot of times, we think we're relaxed when we're listening to somebody, but if you just don't look like you're having an issue, but if you can just like mentally make a note and just go, physiologically, it releases tension. It's weird, it shouldn't work, but it does. When the practices and protocols in the group are documented and agreed on, which is where we're going, they're more likely to be known and followed. What builds trust? Consistency. If I know that I give information to Dr. Winters and I know how he's going to respond because he does it pretty much the same way every time, then that helps foster trust. If I know that if you have a serious concern, you're going to bring it to me and not one to Facebook, that helps me find trust in you. Maintain consistency. And you said one earlier that's really important, be clear about the why. We were talking about policy, but there's so many times when that's true. These are the areas of ASBA policy in the manuals that address communications. This is formal. Everything I've been talking about so far is just like the interpersonal dynamics of communication. But there are formal protocols in policy, and that's where we want to kind of nail down some agreements. So as I said I was going to, I'm going to take a seat.
I'm not sure if this where it comes up or not, with communication between board members.
It does. It does indeed. If you look ahead, you'll notice there's a whole bunch of these fields. Superintendent board communication, receiving regular communication from the superintendent. How often, if you want to talk a little bit about how often that happens and what kind of communication, and you can each look at this slide and kind of get an idea of what we're really discussing. Never. Easy. You caught me. So, is there a regular communication that goes out from you to the board members, and how often does that happen?
At minimum, every Friday, I send what we call the weekly report. There's some standard information pieces in that. But then I try to include any relevant updates that have happened since the last week.
Yeah, right.
That's at the bare minimum. There's an additional, but that's the agreed upon every Friday. With the couple that, like, 2 weeks ago, I was on vacation. I didn't send one on
You are on that
Friday. But I think there's been 3 times in 4 years where I wrote it, left for the day, and then got in Tuesday morning, and I forgot to say it. But for the most part, that's...
What form of communication is that? Is it an email?
It's an extensive email with links to calendars, Google Docs, pictures, other relevant information.
I'm going to be addressing questions.
Yeah, let's say Mr. O asked me a question about X on a Tuesday, and I'll just say, I'll put that in my report because everybody needs to hear it. So I'll write a board member asked, I won't say which one, and I put the answer to everybody. And I think everyone here that's happened, where one of them has asked a question and I address it that way.
Another way to foster some trust. If there's no reason to identify an individual, then don't, because that makes it more likely that people will disclose thoughts or share questions or share concerns. It's great.
And I just don't think it's relevant to the information. No.
Especially since we're saying that this is one voice that provides direction to you. If there's anything come out quarterly that's a little bit different than those weekly updates.
Well, we didn't have our quarterly, I don't know, columns of it, to the board, it's like, what's going on, I mean, we try to do Dr. Weir tries to do a quarterly, like, assessment or update the school board on, different things that we supposedly put on a calendar, but I don't think.
That's I think, are you thinking of the monthly?
Yeah.
It's a monthly, as part of our meeting, a strategic plan update.
Yeah, I think that's a communication that we do, that we do pieces.
That's great. Monthly kind of update on the strategic plan.
We are working towards, what I would call a quarterly review. We're taking bits and pieces to implement, but, the last year or 2 years, this is the second or third year that schools are doing their presentation?
This will be the third.
Third. So the schools are, presenting to the board in a study session in August. And then we're working, so then, that's first quarter. Second quarter, they're gonna do a presentation to cabinet. And then another year or two of that, we'll add a third layer onto that where it will become board again. So we're stair-stepping that product. It's not there yet, but there's a goal in mind to get there.
That is, we have a new program to assess that, so we haven't been able to compare it.
Is it accurate to say that the quarterly reports include school-level presentations when there are some? Or did I write that bad?
I think it's more about, our board meetings monthly have relevant information and the reports. I'd say it's more of a monthly than it is. I can't really identify a strict quarterly. I think it's more of a weekly and a monthly.
Okay, great.
Monthly thing.
That's great. And these are questions we pose, but we want all of this to fit for your protocols and your understandings. We write them down so that they become commitments and agreements.
Well, one of the things we've done that is different, and it's not because Dr. Winters doesn't want to know, because he doesn't always think about them, but we now have a board member that goes up with the superintendent when the awards are given out.
That's great. And that's the reason. You'll notice an interplay on these slides that we're looking at now. There are some that ask questions, and then there are some agreements. So on this next slide, which is up on screen, the superintendent and board members will treat each other and staff with respect. Maybe it doesn't need to be said, but it is a communication item. The superintendent will acknowledge receipt of feedback shared by board members and confirm issues will be addressed. All day long, we've been saying, if there are concerns you run across, they rightfully go to the superintendent. But then the superintendent needs to acknowledge that and then confirm in some way, could be however that works, but make it a point to confirm, I've got this, I will be looking into it, I will follow up. The superintendent will respect and acknowledge the perspective of board members as representatives of the community, and I've been stealing this phrase all day, support, not surprises.
Both ways.
Both ways, both ways, yeah, absolutely. And speaking of, when we go to the next one, the worst kind of surprise, emergencies. What constitutes an emergency in Saddle Mountain? And for most of the time, what we hear is student health issues, any safety issues, natural type things. If I-10, if flooding is one, that we
Jackknifed fuel tanker on the team.
if something happens on I-10,
That happens a lot.
yeah. And how, while the range of emergencies can change, you do want to have some shared understanding. Look, for these areas, we would consider that an emergency. Something, a matter of a health emergency to a student or a staff member would be communicated. Yeah, you mentioned that. How do you normally, or do you have an agreement for how you would notify board members in a case of an emergency?
Yeah, generally speaking, it's usually text, because it's the quickest, most efficient. What I do is, you guys know, as I write the board president first, copy, paste so that everybody thereafter, so it's pretty quick and everybody gets the same message. Sometimes it's a little bit more extensive, and then So there's the initial text communication, vast majority of the time, then there might be some more email communication after that provides more, that's just not, doing this. But generally speaking, and those things, the most common one is we have several students that have seizures, and that's like a weekly thing, and we have ambulance coming. We've had
It's getting hit.
flooding, kids get hit, we've had fuel tanker spill, we've had a day a couple years ago where the power, the water, and the internet on a Friday afternoon all went out at the same time. So we dismissed a couple hours early. The closest one I'd say to a real safety concern is we had a home invasion right next to one of our schools early morning. And Ms. Giacovelli and I became aware while driving, we were able to coordinate, okay, you're gonna take this part of it, I'm gonna take this part of it. And by the time I got here, I grabbed the team, went to Ruth Fisher, we diverted buses to another school site while the sheriff's office handled the issue.
Yeah.
And then eventually, once we kind of got things settled, I went and was clear there, and then I had to do the buildings, but I got the situation handled first.
Exactly.
Because I always have to have them, I need to go let the board know, okay, but I need, my duty is to get the situation handled.
Absolutely, yeah, you're first.
And then I can update them. Hopefully, they haven't heard about it yet, but sometimes that does happen, and my duty is to make sure the situation is handled first, so that's a long answer to text anyway.
That's okay. But two important aspects. The text comes first, which is the immediate notification with the first essential info, and then you said you follow up with details normally with email. If needed. If needed, and that can also be resolution. Here's how the situation was resolved.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Who should the board contact if they have a question during an emergency situation? Does that come to you directly?
Yeah, usually it's me, Liz's backup, and then third would be Alicia, whose daughter's getting married. That's why she's not, typically she's here. She's my assistant and the board secretary. We're kind of the three direct, because they can't get it. Alicia probably has the information, or can get a hold of me quickly.
Yeah. And that's Alicia.
And hopefully that's, between the three of us, one of us will be. The only thing is if all three of us are engaged, now if there's a horrible situation taking place, probably none of us are going to be available. It's going to have to be the moment we can actually get away.
That's right.
But
You said something very important. The first is the actual handling of the situation. It's very important to keep the board notified, but you first must respond to mitigate what the impact of the actual emergency is. And the information sometimes has to follow. Which of the spellings for Alicia are we using?
not one you've never seen before.
All right.
Alysia. And I give her a hard time about it all the time.
You were,
Known her for so long, I never even really thought about that.
Yeah.
what's her last name?
Kurtz, Kurtz.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm still learning the players.
You emailed with her.
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly have. Board members should have an understanding of, and from time to time, review, and that would be agendized, the emergency management plans. Actually, it's really interesting, in the open meeting laws, this is one of the areas for executive session. Executive session actually allows for the discussion of the campus emergency management or the district emergency management plan.
Yeah. We had a presentation, we've got, I like to say we're a leader in emergency management in the state right now, with our planning and our processes that we have implemented. We had a presentation, public presentation to the board. Obviously doing that, we're not sharing all the information.
Right.
I think if the board ever wants a more detailed, we would definitely do that in an executive session, but we have not done that as of yet.
We're good.
We could also attend one of the upcoming trainings at one of the sites as well.
Yeah.
So we have training scheduled with Wendy Davison at every site during pre-service.
Because doesn't it say in the board handbook that we're supposed to know it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Board superintendent communication. board member questions regarding district operations. We said we want to spend most of our time on policy, but now and then you're going to have a question. Board member questions regarding district operations or concerns or feedback received should be directed to whom? By the way, I used to say who, but I'm a former English teacher, so I made them put the M on there, but I see that I missed one in an earlier slide. Goes to the superintendent. Absolutely.
And then sometimes, most of the time, I'll either answer right away or get the information, but sometimes it might just be easier for me to delegate that to, talk to Ms. Sharp, if I was going to contact you about it. But for the most part, I probably handle most of them.
It's you or a designee through you.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Superintendent board commission agreements, shared agreements. Superintendent and board members will be respectful towards staff, and board members should be respectful of staff's time. Sometimes we get into situations where board members step out of their role and they want to have much more direct contact with an employee. We don't recommend that. We recommend that you always direct any concerns to the superintendent. And we'll see another slide coming up where that might be a little bit different if you're planning a school visit. Direction is only given at board meetings when a majority of the board votes to give direction. This goes right back to where your formal authority is in a quorum of an open meeting with an agendized item. Board members will remain impartial and share both positive and negative feedback about the district with the superintendent. Doesn't have to be, and it probably can't always be positive. And we've talked about some of these other ones, support, not surprises again, and reserving judgment. Refrain from investigating concerns, instead defer to the chain of. Now let's talk about the board agenda. For current board agenda items, that would mean you're looking at an agenda and it's been, that agenda has been set. So we're not talking about an agenda in the future, we're talking about one for a meeting. The board president will meet with the superintendent X number of days in advance of the meeting to review and approve the draft agenda. Do you have a regular plan for that?
Currently, our board president's 5 days.
Yeah, that's a very popular one.
It has been 6 in the past, but Mrs. Amaril's request was to be on Fridays.
Well, that works for both of you?
Yeah, my husband's off on Fridays, so, my little ones.
A consent agenda will or will not be used for items not requiring discussion? Yes? No?
Well,
Any board member may ask to have an item pulled from the consent agenda to allow for discussion or individual consideration. That can happen. The board member will notify the superintendent X number of days in advance of the meeting of the intent to pull an item off of consent with and what additional information may be required. Do you use a consent agenda?
Yes.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you said you do. Is there an agreement reached already about how a board member would pull an item and let you know that an item was to be pulled? Or do you have preferences?
I would say we certainly have preferences, but they're not always followed.
What can we do about that?
Agree to 1 day in advance. I mean, I would say 2 days, but because the agenda doesn't come out till Friday and I don't see it, and then
We're not open on Monday.
Yeah.
So I think Tuesday is reasonable. I mean, most items, 24-hour notice is enough time for me to gather the appropriate information to be able to speak to it at the board meeting.
What night of
That would be appreciated.
what night of the week is the board meeting?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
You don't meet on Monday.
We're closed on Mondays, period.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so we're going to try and do that at least, now you can do more, but at least 1 day in advance. Again, support, not surprises. And we talked about all that reason why. It allows for the sufficient presentation of information that will be relevant, because the chances are if it got pulled from the consent agenda, it's important, which means that there's information that needs to be gathered to inform the discussion, or else why pull it in the first place?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that's reasonable, and I think also gives opportunity. It might be a question that once the person gets answered, we don't need to, let's,
That happens.
I don't know, it could, I'm saying it provides the opportunity for that to happen. If it's a real quick, simple thing, and sometimes it may not be though.
When items are pulled, is there a designated place on the agenda where those are discussed?
No, I think it should be. And I was questioning, why do they do the consent agenda before the reports to begin with? I mean, they're action items. I mean, to me, it's almost like, do the reports, consent agenda, if we pull one, then that item is next.
Okay.
Because right now, what we do the consent agenda, reports. So it's kind of awkward if you want to pull from this consent agenda, I would say we do it right after the consent agenda, so it doesn't look like we're trying to bury something.
I think the answer is it's always just been done that way, Mr. Odom.
Move it to
I know.
action item though? Don't we move it to the action items because
do.
we have the vote on each one?
But then it's after with the report, so it's kind of like,
Yeah.
I'm supposing to do the reports, then the first action item would be the consent agenda.
So currently the consent items will be discussed
Yeah,
on
we
the
have to change,
action items.
we have to change the order of the board agenda.
Is that a problem?
I don't think so, but I'll have to verify with the person who does it.
I mean, it's just like, we've always done the consent agenda as the first thing after call the public, and I don't know why.
I think, yeah, we'd have to look at our policy or whatever,
That would be good.
because it's in there.
It's actually, to me, it's actually an action item, it's just an action item.
And I think when we did the new policy adoption, when we got to the area about board agenda, it used to be step one, and then we changed it to be where we could move it around. So like, these are the items in the order in which they occur is up to,
So, Paul, you're saying that the consent agenda is a standing action item?
Correct.
I think we could still label consent agenda. You just do it right before the action item, right before the action items.
Right.
Within the action.
Yeah, it could be action.
Well, with the consent, you have the consent, what I'm hearing is you have the reports, consent agenda.
Now, currently, we do consent agenda, reports, information items, presentations.
Okay.
Then we go into action.
Right, and what President Arnold said, then current practice is if something were to get pulled, it would be put down in the action item.
Correct.
So it becomes an action item.
Yeah, so that's at least clear with respect to this issue. As far as how you order the agenda, that's a discussion for you all. There's a communication agreement.
I think in the past we were about, you know, as board president, I forget, and then we'd have to catch it as the last action item, which then really looked, I mean, I never thought about it. From the public, it could look like you're trying to bury the item. You're pulling through the
And
consent.
that was the feedback I got from teachers on an item during the school year, and I had to go to the school, and I put this in the weekly report, I had to go and say, no, this is standard operating procedure, and but it was,
Yeah, just
so that definitely is happening.
Yeah, but it couldn't appear that you're pulling off a consent agenda because you want to bury it later.
So one of the things you can do is make it clear that if when I was pulled, we are placing that under action items.
What we could do as a practice is, if we have 12 consent agenda items, we're going to pull item 9, that now becomes the first action item, and the action items, as opposed to
Yeah.
putting it at the bottom. I think that's the only thing we could do to help alleviate that issue.
That might make it more clear that it's still a priority.
But whether we still do a separate consent agenda or just make the consent agenda a standing action item, I don't know that it matters. I would want to talk to Alicia about the mechanics of how you actually do that in the agenda and build it. If that's because in the consent agenda, there's so much information. If we plug that into another, so I don't want to speak for her in the intricacy, because I'm dangerous with my knowledge of how to do it. She's the expert.
So can we put it on our agenda as a discussion item? Because she'll be here, right? On just the reorganization of
Sure.
our agenda.
You're talking about the agenda item for the consent agenda?
Well, just the format of our agenda, so for board meetings, for future board meetings, to have it as a discussion item, so.
And the caveat to that is, because we're being forced to go to a new platform, we don't know, neither one of us knows how that's mechanics are on the new platform. So if we make a decision in August, and we get with a new platform that doesn't support that, is that we might have to go back inside. We might want to wait until we have that new one before, because I'd rather have that, because that's going to be the new platform moving forward. I'll leave it up to you guys, but that would be my recommendation.
Well, anyway, we could all have like input and vote on it, like this is how we want our agenda with the clarification from Alicia.
So, but for this one, right now, we're gonna say, we're gonna commit, if we put an action, or if we put a consent agenda, we're gonna do it as the first action item.
Yeah, I've written that down.
First
Yeah.
action item, okay.
That's good.
We may revisit the agenda order another time. How about for future board agenda items? Now, we just finished talking about what would be on a current agenda. Well, the board president and the superintendent work together to create board agendas. All board members have the opportunity to request agenda items. When requesting an agenda item, the focus will be board work and not administrative or staff work. And you can ask yourself some questions. Is the item to celebrate a success? Is the item a policy decision? That's certainly appropriate. Is the item actually something that does require board action? Having satisfied those, is the item needed to ensure accountability? And we've talked a lot about accountability. So these are questions that you can ask when you're considering whether or not to ask if an item can be placed on a future agenda. If you determine that they're going to be, who tracks the requested agenda items? Who makes a note of those requests? Is that you or your president?
Me and usually the board president, because typically the members will email me and the board president.
Right.
So, my wife's here. After the dinner with my son, it's my birthday. Can we move forward just a little bit, maybe we can go back? So one of the questions I have is when board members go out to the public and maybe find out some information, you tell the superintendent, but it's not communicated to the other board members that could affect us, I mean, we should have taken a vote on it as board members.
Well, I'm hearing a couple of things. First of all, information is coming to you. Is that how you began? You've got information,
Right.
and you're going to direct it to the superintendent.
Right.
And are you saying then that you want to know how it should be processed? Or are you saying it's going to make it to a board meeting agenda?
It should make it to a board meeting agenda, but it's not.
Okay, in some cases, if it's a concern, you'd have the superintendent follow up with you about how the concern is addressed. But if it's, as far as the discussion as to whether or not it's going to be an agenda item, how is that done currently?
I don't think it has. I mean, everyone here has given me some information that they got from somewhere in the community. And there are times where I've then shared that information in a weekly report or an email with the board members, and there are times where it's, okay, that's the information. I don't know that we really have had a
I'm going to use
protocol.
and I won't say the board members' name.
Yeah, you use that.
Okay,
Keep it
so, at one point, we had talked, or the superintendent or whoever talked about, working with Midwest, whatever, like our boards working together. And it was my understanding that board members,
We will be
okay,
divided.
okay, but the board members spoke with the president or somebody from their board, and they decided that it wouldn't be a good fit. Wasn't that a board decision?
It can be, not knowing fully the information, I have to answer somewhat broadly. It could be, but I believe the flow is to raise that with the board president as a possible agenda item, and then the board president and superintendent would discuss it.
But let me clarify.
Sure.
The West Neck board member decided not to. It wasn't me.
Well, that's a different situation entirely.
Outside the district decided, no, we're not going to do that.
So then that sounds like an issue that could have been visited by the board, but was
I asked for an agenda item, I prepared a presentation.
Yeah, but there was an external decision which made it no longer relevant.
Impossible.
Right, it just was a dropped issue. So what we can do is find the protocols that fit most of the situations, and I think the one that fits most is a board member becomes aware of a possible agenda item for a future agenda. And then that needs to be communicated to the superintendent and board president to see how it's going to be addressed in a meeting.
Which you just read.
Yeah.
Based on a presentation and,
Yeah, it's probably rather frustrating with that kid.
before you take off, though, you had requested this policy, though.
Oh, yeah,
see a
there's a
copy.
policy that I provided the board, revisit, that was made a change, and now information is requested and provided by the superintendent.
Right.
So which, do you have a copy so you could tell us which part? I think it's behind your folder.
This is far outside.
And we discussed this a little bit when they came to go through our policies and we were changing systems. And at that time, I had talked about it a little bit, but I don't think a decision was made.
Okay. So the board member request for information section?
Well, it's not for information, it's for, I'd like to put it on the agenda so that we can, I don't know if that's, what, as a discussion item, or maybe I'm gonna make,
Well, just help us understand what you're wanting to do, because
well, what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna write it up, so you can see my recommended changes. I'm not speaking for the board, but my recommendations to this policy, so the board can review it and decide if they want to follow through with that.
I think that's fine. We'd have to agendize it for August.
okay, so
So
put
we could
this
probably do-
policy for discussion or as an action item? Or,
Well, you could do it as an action item, and then have the discussion, and then either have a vote or decide. Now, we don't have to, if you put it as an action item, you don't, you're not required to vote on it if there's,
So we can table it.
yeah.
Well, I was thinking, can you work with the superintendent? And, I mean, you have concerns, I'm sure the superintendent might be able
He
to
knows what I'm.
flush it out more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe not.
So you already have in mind a change, amendment to this, okay?
And then I can write it up and provide it, do it and write it up and give it to the board president. And then hopefully we can put it on the agenda. We vote on it, we table it, whatever.
yeah, because when do we meet?
Well, it'd be a first read and then
First week of Friday, the 8th or 9th, something like that.
Okay, hold on.
So you're actually demonstrating some of the agreements on slide 76, page 38.
The meeting's on 12th, right? On the 12th.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're meeting on August 7th, so if you have that to us by August 7th. Okay.
So when that kind of thing happens, which we just saw, who tracks that? That's the board president and superintendent tracking also that there's been a request? And how does that get tracked? Is it just notes?
Email and,
Yeah,
So
email.
I could send it to Amy and Dr. Winters and they can review it together or whatever, so I'm not sending two emails.
Yeah, because usually when you send it to me, I forward it.
I would like to go back a second.
Thank you for being here.
I don't, Sam, I'll leave to leave too.
No, they left me already, it's okay.
Oh,
It's okay.
is there a need for a protocol that I need to follow regarding the example, like with Westmac? Like, because everyone here has shared information with me that I have either not disseminated with the rest of the board, or, and I'm making a judgment call, because I think if Mr. Rhodes shares something, I don't necessarily know every board member needs to know. I don't know. I'm looking for direction for a protocol, because I feel like I'm unintentionally upsetting you when I'm not intending to do that.
Well, and I don't want to say upset me, I just want, it doesn't upset me, don't get me wrong. It's a matter of informing what I feel like I should be informed and have knowledge of. So I guess what I think is purely my opinion is that, even though the next board member said they don't want to work with us, I think we still need to know that we approached them and that they said no. Because that was something we were looking at to, for the two boards to work together.
And that's why I think I need a, like, because this, in my mind, this could happen every day. and I don't know, but that's what I'm trying to avoid, is overwhelming my time with constant.
Well, I don't think it happens all the time. I think it would be something that potentially affects the board.
Well, we're constantly trying to work with Palo Verde and bring them into the district and build that relationship as a business stakeholder, and also for them to see like what we're doing here in our district and the good things our kids are doing, but it keeps getting shut down, so we haven't progressed with that yet. So would that be us not sharing, because all of us are doing different things to actively pursue them, like here and there, and talk to them, or like if you see them out, trying to invite them to come or to have a conversation with their superintendent, but it just hasn't.
So if we knew that we were looking at working with WestNet and we didn't know that there was that kind of conversation, if they decided not to, I mean, if we were thinking we were supposed to work with them, or Dr. Winger said, this is what we're looking at, and then the conversation was had, and we never knew that it's not something we're going to do.
They told us we weren't doing it right, but we didn't know about the conversation. I guess.
And I also think it's difficult, like each one of you in your role as a community member is going to have, each one of you is empowered to advocate on behalf of the district, right? And sometimes you don't even tell me that. I don't know. It's a very, I think, gray area that's difficult for me to manage effectively. And I would like to be able to manage it as effectively as possible.
So,
And I don't know that we're going to fix it in the next couple of days.
right now, what you have are a series of communications that are weekly or monthly, those are the two we talked about, that include information that you believe relevant to the board. So the closest agreement we have right now is a weekly update that goes out. And I think what you're saying, I respectfully just submit this is what I thought I heard you talking about, was you've got to have a little bit of leeway to decide what's relevant to share and what's not. And in your mind, in this case, because that never came to fruition, it wasn't relevant. Is that what I heard?
But except that people knew that this question was going to be asked, so it's information we knew already, but we didn't know the results.
Would in that case, would the information that the interest had been severed, would that be sufficient?
I'm sorry, what?
Would the communication have been then, this was being explored, but the other party
Yeah,
has ceased to
he
explore?
would put it in his weekly report. I mean, if that works, I mean, I don't know. It has to be something that the superintendent can work with, and it's not just me saying that this should happen. Again, I think it's all the board members. So,
Just because I presented or I say this should happen, that certainly doesn't mean that it should.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That's my solution.
Thank you so much.
Right, absolutely.
Hope to see you again.
Thanks for your leadership.
Well, I have, go ahead.
I don't know where to go with that.
I-
Whether to bring in Senator Dunn, and I know that everybody, Sarah and I were at the, meet the legislator deal. And so we extended an invitation to Senator Dunn. I don't know that anyone else was there. How much of this?
And that's my concern, is like, I could literally be bogged down in this all day long, and it just,
So I think you're doing a great job as it is, and my thing is, if I had heard something about West Mech and I was curious, I'd ask you or Dan, and it'd been over with.
and like, you and I have been talking to 45 billion people about trying to get land, and when I have a relevant, I've shared in the report, hey, we're working with the, what's it called, person who has not given me back yet, by the way, state land trust person, while we're exploring this side.
Pardon?
At times, you've been noticed too of potential property.
Yeah.
That's available, can be available.
But I mean, if you were like, on this day, August 28th, Senator Dunn will be coming to our school.
Oh, well,
You know,
for
like,
sure.
something like that. If it
That I would communicate, of course,
was
yeah.
factual and, like set in stone, then of course. But when you're exploring things,
That's, yeah,
This is it seems to be the crux of it.
yeah, that's, when that's why I feel like overwhelming, is like, I'm exploring things all day long. How much, I mean, I could sit there and spend hours all day long, just we're exploring this, we're exploring that, and that's where I don't wanna get.
that's a good use of your time either, because you're gonna tell us 500 things and maybe 2 of them actually happen.
Thank you,
Yeah,
I
right.
appreciate that.
So I want to know about the things that are gonna actually happen, I guess.
That's a good,
I mean, it's down to the basic general communication, is you just can't blast everything, you know, and somehow you have to make a decision of what would be pertinent and what's not.
Were there resources expended in any way in the exploration of this possibility? Did it, in your time,
Mr. Braxton's time.
your time was, and did Member Marcy say that the exploration of this partnership was something common knowledge to all board members?
I don't think it was,
I can't.
that we can't talk about
I'm not
it.
sure how it'd be, and we got it to a point that was almost an agenda item.
Yeah.
And then the board member,
I probably did communicate it at some point, and that's how it became,
Here's what you have in place is a weekly communication that's left up to the superintendent's purview right now for what to include in it. And there seems to be a lot of comfort with that. That seems to be the protocol that the majority of you are satisfied with. And then you described a couple of different times, you can't anticipate every single item that would be communicated, but you described classes of information, the kinds of things, upcoming events, significant events, the meetings of impact that you are going to attend or have. And so, absent something more specific, that's the protocol you have right now.
So am I understanding correctly that Ms. Marcet, the entire board knew that it was a possibility that the board, or then,
That's what I heard her say.
okay, so she knew, but then she wasn't communicated the end result. Is that what she was requesting?
well, I don't know how it was shared with the board. I didn't share it with the board.
and I don't remember, honestly, I just don't remember.
Okay.
She got word of it somehow. I mean, I don't recall hearing about it.
I've never spoken.
So-
I don't think I even knew.
So, and then she's saying, because I think all you said is it wasn't going to happen in one of your, I think it was one of your emails that we weren't going to have
Probably not.
some lady.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and
Maybe that's how she,
so then she wants to know,
what happened.
yes, or that us board members are doing things on the side and not sharing with the other board members, but we can't share because we can't all talk to each other,
Right.
obviously, about
Right.
things because of the meeting laws, so, it makes it hard, and that's why with the agenda thing, making an agenda item so you can have the discussion with Alicia and change it if it needs to be changed, because when else are we gonna all be together?
What were we supposed to do, have an agenda item and drag Westmac in the mud and say Westmac won't do this?
I think the key phrase, it's exploration versus end result.
I think that's.
And I can have a conversation or a weekly report they're not going to share everything that's being, unless, I think I'm left with the judgment to say, hey, we're exploring purchasing land through the state land trust, and here's everything we've done up to this point. But I'm left with the judgment call. I'm trying to think of an example that I haven't, we're exploring doing this. I'm not gonna share all this until there's a little bit more concrete. And it's just gonna have to be my judgment call as to what and where I share.
That's where it is.
And then the other, I think relative to this, was the example also that happened this week, was Thursday or Friday of last week, Alicia and I attended a Westmark event. Alicia got the invite, asked me if I wanted to attend, I said, let's attend. I shared a quick update and a couple pictures from that event, because I do in most of the things that I attend. The question was, why wasn't the board president or why weren't board members invited to that? And my kind of response is, if this happens in my family a lot, my brother and sister-in-law get invited to a quinceañera, then they invite my wife and I to the quinceañera, we're like, no, we didn't get invited to the it's not my place to invite people to something that's not. So I might just have to take a few lumps, because I just don't, it's I think operations versus.
It sounds like it's drifting into the details of an exploration of a partnership, rather where there was no resolution, there was no formal position of the district, and there was no action for the board to take as a result. But I probably am speaking more than I should.
But was she then maybe asking, so if Westmark would have said, yes, we're on board, then that would have become...
It would become, Mr. Braxton had prepared an agenda item, Mrs. Amron already met it, she had it too, we were prepared to add it to the next board meeting agenda.
Right, which is your protocol.
And it would have been voted.
No, it would just been a presentation, it wasn't, I don't think it was an action item, it was a presentation.
I had a draft presentation for Dr. Winters.
So was she saying maybe she wanted, I'm just trying to understand what she wanted. Does she want input, that maybe she wasn't on board with it?
Awareness.
Awareness.
Okay.
Shall we, are we in a place where we can look at slide 77 for future board agenda items, and that might be, as far as we get through today, you're always available, you're always able to talk about any of these aspects of these communication agreements in a special meeting or however you see fit. But the thing about 77 is it almost touches on, in some ways, the discussion you've just had. Board members will call whom with questions about agenda items or supporting materials, and how long before the scheduled board meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, I am on the wrong slide.
You said 24 hours.
Yeah, because our board agendas go out Friday and we're closed Monday, I typically get questions on Tuesday, which is fine.
There's a policy, policy.
Yeah.
And we called Dr. Winters.
Or email or calls.
So usually, so which day do you usually get them?
Tuesday. So it's 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. And then, let's see. And those come to you?
Yes. And then I answer either directly, or sometimes if I might have to go and ask Monsieur Duvalier a question, or but most that I try to just answer as quickly as I possibly can.
The rest of slide 77 and all of 78 are agreement statements that you can review, as is 79.
Hold on,
Yeah.
it's only 3:45. I mean,
Oh, I thought it was adjourning at 3:30, I beg your pardon.
Oh, my family already left me. I was going to take my son to ACU prospect camp for baseball, but
Left you, it sounds so final, I apologize.
it's okay.
Right, so, 77, go back to slide 77 then. You've addressed those, the spaces, the questions in the first bullet. Board members will come to the meeting prepared to discuss items on the agenda. Board members will notify the superintendent before the meeting about positive and negative comments received. We've addressed some of those in earlier slides. Board members will give the superintendent time to research clarifying questions about agenda items, and that's consistent with discussion we've had. If you have thoughts on those or questions for your superintendent, please jump in. On slide 78, during the meeting, this is, yeah, go ahead.
We're kind of request for time to get the agenda. There's 3 days, no work, and then 1 day.
Can I do Thursday, 4:30 to 5:30 or 4:30 to 5 with you? 'Cause my-
Most likely.
It typically comes out on Friday.
But the agenda that, I don't know if you guys know this, but getting a board agenda together is, it is, everyone in this office is working up until 4:59 and 59 seconds on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah,
So us meeting, it would probably help.
if I could do, because my husband gets home at 4:30. I mean, I could do 4:30 or 4.
I guess it's probably not gonna come out till Friday.
Yeah, it's not gonna, it just,
So
Okay.
maybe we should think about changing the meeting to Thursday.
taking a deep breath, because it changes, my whole calendar's already done for the year. That changes a lot of.
But yeah,
Well, we won't have to do it right away. Maybe it's something we want to think about.
Yeah.
Just bump it 1 day.
And
So
discuss.
we know the change when we went to 4.
That would be nice. From a time to get the agenda to review and ask questions and get things resolved. So sometimes I do, like I'll get an email, and I don't get to my email until 3 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon, and I'm scrambling to try to get all these answers done before the board meeting. And most times I know Tuesday mornings I'm gonna have questions, but sometimes my schedule's not that, so an extra day would be helpful.
So maybe January 1st, we'll go to Thursday or something.
We'll take a look at that.
so that would be a future agenda.
It would be,
There's a future agenda.
yeah, for sure.
You're giving us good,
But it's still, it doesn't help us getting the agenda out any earlier, but it helps us give us more time in the meantime to get things.
And to talk, yeah.
yes, that's where it would elongate the
Yeah.
time. On slide 78, during the meeting agreements, the board president, we talked about this commensurate with the board president roles, ensure that only one person speaks at a time, and that members have equal opportunity to participate. Board members model behaviors expected of students, staff, and community members. Procedures for public comment are clear and available at the meeting site. That's always a best practice, that the public know exactly what the conditions are and the practices for public comment. This is really important. This last bullet on slide 78, only the board president will respond to public comment during the meeting. However, the board president may recognize the superintendent for factual information. That is very common, to give an opportunity for the superintendent to clarify. We've talked about this earlier today at the direction of the board president. And the board president may recognize a board member to respond to a personal attack at the end of the call to the public. So not right when the attack might be made. And of course, by attack, I mean a verbal accusation, assignment of motive. I don't mean anything physical, because that's a different class. It's a different situation. So the board president can recognize the superintendent for factual information. That is entirely appropriate. And the board president can direct an opportunity to a board member if there's been a personal attack to that board member, but it comes at the end of the public comment segment on the agenda, not that particular issue. So if somebody stands up, in given a particular context, accuses a board member of a false motive, and then there's other public comment on other topics, you wait all the way till that's done, and then you can say, Member Loretta, would you care to comment on the statements made?
Well, it's not in here, but I think it'd be good practice for us to acknowledge the board president to say at least, thank you for your input. You know, something like that.
Yeah, that's very standard.
Yeah,
Very standard.
which I think is good practice. Just
Yeah, it's a way of keeping the meeting civil, and the board
seeing
president.
it by it's like nothing. And it's like,
Yeah, I know, that can be very off-putting. So just those civil, those verbal cues that keep the meeting on a very civil and respectful note. Moving to slide 79, and more during the meeting agreements. If the superintendent provides clarifying information to board member questions, but that goes through the board president. So if member Loretta had a question, you put that question out loud. Typically, then the board president directs the superintendent to address the question. It's borrowing from a little bit of parliamentary procedure. And of course, we want to keep a discussion on issues. We've said so much about this, I feel like I'm being a little bit redundant, but the respectful listening to each other, and we looked at the different kinds of listening. Monitoring for compliance with open meeting law, the superintendent, the board administrative assistant, and all board members share that responsibility. A point of order is properly used it's always an interruption. A point of order takes precedent over current debate on an item. If you have a point of order, that's usually because somebody has a concern that the meeting has left the agenda, the discussion has gone far afield of what's posted on the agenda. It's actually an open meeting concern because the conversation may have drifted to something that is, there's not a reasonable interpretation of an agenda item. In parliamentary procedure, a point of order is to challenge the chair on parliamentary procedure. I don't know how often that comes up. And members are expected to refrain from making long speeches that don't move the discussion forward.
Sometimes point of order is when you get almost get several motions on the floor at the time. You know, we had a case like that. It's like there was 2 items off the consent agenda, and it's like, wait a minute, we got to take one at a time.
That's right. Or a point of order can also be if a board member is seeking to clarify where in the agenda they are. In your case, in the case you brought up, what exactly is the motion on the floor, on the table at this time? Yeah. After the meeting agreements, somebody once said the best advice I can give a board member for after the meeting is to get in your car and drive away. Because a lot of times that's when all the discussion happens, and it's usually kind of reactionary. Board members and staff will support, rather than undermine, the decision of the board. Board members and staff will abide by confidentiality laws of executive sessions. That's covered in open meeting law. Do you do open meeting law training on a regular basis?
I wouldn't say regular, it's more kind of like the situation.
Okay. And the superintendent will ensure that all documents, records, reports are processed and maintained in accordance with the applicable laws, regulations, and your own policies. And normally that's done in concert with your administrative profession. A unique setting, site visit agreements. As the first bullet says, board members are encouraged to attend as many school events, sporting events, fine arts events, performances, etc., community events, as a spectator, as their time permits. So when you're in, I imagine you do an annual posting, a soft post, that says that, a quorum of board members could be present, but no business will be discussed, and it talks about, it's an inclusive statement about the different kinds of activities and events. It's just important that it always be made clear. If somebody asks you, oh, you're here, yeah, I'm here as a spectator. I'm here to support what's going on in the district. Board members wishing to visit a school, second bullet, should check with the, and this is a question for you all to address, who do you prefer that a board member notify if they intend to visit a site?
Practice the superintendent.
Does that work for you? Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming then that you notify the principal.
Yes, if the board member has notified me of their...
If the board member has notified you, yes. Board members are advised strongly to follow all campus guidelines for visitors. The one that gets missed most often is checking in at the front. In some schools, you can't get in if you don't check in at the front, but that depends on the physical layout of the facility. But adhere to all the sign-in, guest badge, and escort policies of the school. Questions always come up about dropping into a classroom, and it's just important to remember that your expectation is that instruction is occurring in that classroom, and you want to in no way be disruptive to that
process. So you may have more specific policy language about when it's appropriate or how that gets handled. I don't know.
No, really, what we just ask is that you just don't show up unannounced, and we've had some discussions about that where members have wanted to go to visit a school and not notify me or the principal, and I don't know, we've come to universal, what we're supposed to do is let me know and arrange a time that works for everybody.
It's virtually impossible to adhere to your governance rule and not notify, not go through channels to visit a site, because first of all, it's contradicting the support, not surprise. It's introducing a surprise visit. And it can introduce a safety issue in the sense that if there's not a full check-in and not adherence to the policies, now we have somebody on campus that not everybody recognizes. You're well advised to follow an escort, have an escort, somebody that's typically done with a visitor on campus, so that you're not in a position of just walking through the campus as an unidentified adult. And it's very important that folks know that you're not there to evaluate staff. You're not walking in to try to perform an evaluation function. However, if you look at the last couple of bullets on slide 81, when visiting with teachers of their own children, you have to make it clear that you're acting as parents. You're not expecting any additional liberties or privileges granted, because then you're moving instantly into your formal role, and it wouldn't be appropriate. And then the other one, which does come up, if the board member observes an issue on a campus that needs administrative follow-up, so you were there just to walk through and see what was going on campuses, but you noticed something, a facility in need of repair, or a part of the campus didn't seem to have any supervision. Where do we go? We go right back to channels. It comes to the superintendent. Even though you're on a campus with a principal and a building leader, that information goes to the superintendent. You revert right back to the overall protocol.
Except if it's a safety concern.
Yeah, you see somebody with a firearm on campus.
Oh, yes, if it's an emergency, yeah, it's an emergency, absolutely, it's very hard, yes. Yes.
And I guess for me, because I let you know I'm gonna go change something, but obviously, like for baseball season, I'm gonna be there every baseball game. You already know that, right? Because
Yeah.
that's my child.
Yeah.
So I don't need to notify you about that.
You are clearly you're acting as a parent, not as
Right.
Okay.
a board member.
I just want to make sure I'm not the one doing something wrong, because I'm like, well, I don't tell you every game because I assume.
No idea, no.
No, and there's a categorical difference between attending an event like that would be open to the public and and then actually visiting and moving through a campus.
Okay.
Board community communications. So that last space on slide 81 is the superintendent. Board members serve as ambassadors for the district, emphasizing the positive aspects. We talked about being able to share the goals, the mission, core values, the general sense of the good things happening. That really is some of your best service to the community. Board members attend community meetings. The superintendent's office should be notified so that the events can be properly noticed. Are there community meetings that occur where it's likely that a quorum of the board would appear?
We had a Thanksgiving dinner and three of us showed up.
Yeah?
So we put a little bit more protocol in that. We've added some things to the weekly report.
The Legion.
And so we just try to make sure we communicate with the leadership. And then we try to anticipate, here's all the events, but there's an event in tournament hall that we're unaware of, we don't know to do that, so I think we had one issue, but I think we've been pretty good since then.
Okay.
Where's
Yeah,
the
because
Western-
American Legion.
Where's the
They're
Western
on the Legion board and play baseball.
California?
Yeah? Seems like, I made a joke about that earlier.
I guess it's
I asked where the western boundary is for the district.
Of the district, Maricopa County line, which is,
yeah, it's
15 miles west of here.
Okay.
It's all open desert, but looking at students out there, but
Yeah.
it's BLM land.
And then, slide 82 is you're serving as ambassadors. We talked about the community meetings just now. Complaints received from staff or the community will be directed through the appropriate chain of command and shared with the superintendent. That's just that one last time. And then there are 3 bullets there at the end. The board recognizes that you are the last stop in the complaint process. Meaning you're not the catch-all. By the time it comes to you, you're either passing it along to the superintendent for processing in that area, or there's an agendized item to address a situation, and then your word sets the policy. That's what that means. And individual board members, well, I almost don't want to say that again because I've said it about 30 times. An individual board member really can't solve a problem. It's not within your capacity. You can raise the concern to the superintendent. And along with that, the last bullet, you can confirm with the superintendent that complaints are addressed. It's appropriate to ask that they be followed up on or what the follow-up is. Any questions about any of those? So I'll take what I wrote down and I'll get that to you in an email early part of next week. You look like you're in thought.
Always.
Going through kind of a checklist.
Always in thought.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you and lead you through your retreat today. At your direction. Well, I had inspiring quotes on the last slide, but I think we just made it.
Oh, the battery died just in time.
Maybe. But anyway, I appreciate the time. Thanks for attending, and I'll turn things back over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Usually, thank everybody for being here. Friday afternoon, school is basically back. We're back in business next week, and thank you for everybody's participation. And
There is an evaluation at the back of the folder, and we take those very seriously. We enter the data into a database. So I can't go back to the office.
any board comments before we?
I just want to say thank you. This was very useful and helpful, and really enjoyed it, so I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Sometimes it seems like, why are you telling me this? But obviously some people have to hear it again and again and again.
Seven times, I say, unless it's just you heard 7 times.
7 times, I heard 3 times. I gotta hear something 3 times before you learn it.
You might just have more attention to that. Maybe it's only 3 for you.
Thank you. Very cool.
Thank you all. And thank you for your leadership.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned.